As you hear the dates, just ask yourself, in terms of where were you at the time? Just, there are some very interesting dates following as well. He joined the commission in 1993, having worked as legal officer of the predecessor institution of SHRAJ, the Office of the Ombudsman, from 1987 to 1993. Prior to his appointment as Deputy Commissioner, he was Regional Director for Western and Central Regions. Mr. Kwesi chaired the National Working Group that developed Ghana's National Anti-Corruption Plan, that's NACAP, and is the member of the commission with oversight for its implementation. He chairs the National Working Group responsible for the review of Ghana's implementation of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. Mr. Kwesi is a lawyer by training, called to the Ghana Bar in 1987. His expertise is in human rights promotion and protection, administrative justice, and corruption prevention and investigations. At this point, let's all put our hands together as we welcome our chairperson to the podium. Oh, is that all you can do? Let's do it better for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Director of Ghana Integrity Initiative, who is joining us online, representative of the Register of Companies, who is here with us, representatives of the Ghana Integrity Initiative who are with us here this morning, representative of participating institutions, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is heartwarming that we have gathered here this morning to look at some of the challenges that confront our dear nation. I love Ghana. I love Ghana. And I'm a very proud Ghanaian, no two ways about it. And so anything that we can do to strengthen our nation is something that is dear to my heart. So I had no difficulty in accepting to be part of this conference. As we are all aware, there is a global consensus that corruption remains one of the most dangerous threats to sustainable development, to global peace and security. Corruption undermines good governance and rule of law. It erodes public confidence in the merits and reward system, fosters public sector incompetence and ineptitude. It debases public morality, promotes and sustains inefficient service delivery, perpetuates poverty, and ultimately entrenches underdevelopment in societies. It is a multi-dimensional problem that requires multi-sectoral approach to fight it. And I'm happy that we are coming from different sectors and backgrounds to this conference to see how best we can contribute to the fight against corruption in Ghana. Recent surveys conducted on corruption have shown that Ghana has not made any substantive improvement in our rating as a country as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. The 2021 CPI score shows that Ghana did not make much progress in the fight against corruption, scoring 43 points out of a possible clean 100, ranking 73rd out of 180 countries and 9th in Sub-Saharan Africa. In 2021, TRAJ, in partnership with the Ghana Statistical Service and with technical support from the UNODC, that's the United Nations Office Against Drugs and Crime, also conducted the first ever actual corruption survey, dealing with people's actual experiences of corruption. Otherwise known as the Ghana Integrity of Public Services Survey, covering 15,000 households across the country. The findings from the survey showed that 83%, indeed 83.8% of the adult population had at least one contact with public officials. Out of all adults who had at least one contact with a public official, 26.7%, which is one or more than 1 out of every 4 persons, paid a bribe to a public official or were asked to pay a bribe by a public official. I want it to sink in well before I continue. So here, as we see it here, 1 out of every 4 of us may have paid a bribe or may have been asked to pay a bribe. More than 17.4 million individual bribes were paid in 2021 from the survey findings. Adult bribe payers paid an average of 0.8 bribe. In other words, there's one bribe, showing the magnitude of administrative corruption in the country. The prevalence of bribery among people aged 25 to 34 is high at 29.9%. That is almost 30%, compared to those aged 65 and above, whose rate was at 17.6%. And those among the youngest adult age, 18 to 24, 23.9, almost 24%. This is very serious. Even more worrying is the finding that people with higher level of education, that is those of us who are probably here, including myself, are 1.6 times more likely to pay bribes or ask for bribes compared to people with no formal education. In other words, in Ghana, the higher your education, the more likely you will take a bribe or pay a bribe. So what is the education? What is the purpose of education if it should not make a difference for this nation? Why are we sinking so much money into education if it is not to make a difference for this nation? These are questions that must trouble all of us. If the higher the well or the better educated people are taking bribes, are the more likely to take the bribes, then we have a serious problem on our hands. It is estimated that approximately 5 billion Ghana cedis was paid in cash as bribes to public officials. And 6 out of every 10 bribes paid to public officials were actually requested. In other words, they were in the form of extortion. Four out of every 10 successful candidates for posts in the public sector admitted using either nepotism, bribery, or both, to improve their chances of getting the job, we are in trouble. 4 out of 10. So if public officers who are here, count yourself. If you read 10, you know that at least 4 out of the 10. That is serious. So there's no meritocracy in our system. Because if people are more likely to get jobs by either nepotism or bribery, then we are in trouble. More than 1 out of every 10 citizens were offered a bribe or inducement for their vote in the last general elections. Hey! Very soon. You see, probably it's not sinking in well at this stage. But what it means is that very soon, it is those who are very adept in crime who may become our leaders. Because they can afford to pay the bribe. You and I may not be able to pay the bribe. So if people are getting into office, elected office, through corruption, we are in trouble. Sadly, only 3% said they were willing to report bribery. Only 3% were willing to report. The survey findings also revealed that a greater proportion of adults in Ghana have more confidence in the religious and traditional justice systems relative to the former one. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all this, all the available evidence unequivocally show that corruption is, or in its various forms, is hurting this country. It's hurting this country big time. And if it is not brought under control, it would make it impossible for present and future government to make any meaningful progress in national development. That is not to say that it is all gloom. I believe that since 2016, when we adopted, 2015, when we adopted and started the implementation of National Anti-Corruption Action Plan, we have made some modest improvement in the fight. The National Anti-Corruption actually provided a country opportunity to systematically implement anti-corruption measures, not ad hoc measures, not measures that are ad hominem. Today, I come to government, into power, and I don't like your face. I say that you have been engaged in corruption, so I have to hound you. But systematically implementing measures, introducing legislation, strengthening institutions to be able to fight corruption. And although we haven't been able to make much progress, I believe that we are on the right path, and therefore, that is a sustainable way to go. As a result, we have made some modest progress in the implementation and the realization of the objectives of the UN Convention Against Corruption, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, and curbing corruption in general. I will not bore you with some of the achievements that we have made so far, but I believe that the Right to Information Act is one of the byproducts of the law. OSP, Office of the Special Prosecutor, is one of the byproducts of the NACAP, because it specifically mentions that we should have an independent prosecutor authority, even though what we have is not completely independent, but at least semi-autonomous, and have a lot of autonomy in taking decisions to prosecute or not to prosecute. So that is a good byproduct from the NACAP. Again, we have also for the first time introduced actual corruption survey to complement the perception surveys that are done on corruption. And one of the byproducts of the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan is the introduction of beneficial ownership transparency regime in the new Companies Act, New Companies Act of 2019, Act 992, as a tool for curbing corruption, a matter which will be the focus of the discussions at this conference. I'm happy to note that we have excellent practitioners who will do justice to the topic. And we also have you, the wonderful participants, who will ensure that we do justice to this topic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the journey we have embarked upon to fight corruption is not an easy or short one. Those of us who think that, fighting corruption is just like you put on the switch and the light comes on and you put it off and it goes off. It is not like that. It is an arduous journey. It is a very difficult journey. But it's a rewarding journey because the result of our work makes a difference in our society. Sometimes it would seem we are not making any progress. It will seem we are just marking time. But if we shall take our time to do a careful examination, we would appreciate what difference our efforts continue to make in an otherwise bad situation. Imagine where we would be if these interventions have not taken place. That is what drives me every day to continue to give my best, knowing that together we are making a difference for our nation and for generations. So, let me invite you to ensure that we take advantage of this opportunity or this conference to strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. And let us make sure that we make it count. I thank you for accepting me as chair of the occasion, and I look forward to a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, our own Mr. Kwesi. Please, let's do it well. Let's give it up. So, our chair was supposed to accept and also, at some point, set the stage. Our chair has combined the two. And so I think we would have done two sets of appreciation. So we've done the first one. Let's do the second one. Let's now, Mr. Chairman, permit me to acknowledge partners who had supported us to make today possible. I would want to acknowledge Lucia. I would want to acknowledge Lucia from EITI. If we can put her on, Lucia, wave at us if your video is
Hello. Okay, so Deputy Commissioner of Shraj, Reverend Richard Quayson, and Chairman for the conference. The Special Prosecutor, whom I know will be joining us from court around 11 a.m. this morning. Other heads of commissions and accountability institutions, the Executive Director of EITI Secretariat, and all the staff members who are joining us virtually, representatives of civil society organizations online and also present at Fiesta Royale this morning, representative of the Registrar of Companies, all other persons on the high table, friends from the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. And sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I actually participated in the International Anti-Corruption Conference held in the US, DC, last week, and I'm still here attending to other related matters. So very soon I'll be back home, but then I have to be part of this meeting. So I agreed to join you virtually and hope I'm able to deliver well, and the internet connectivity would work very well for all of us. I bring you greetings from the board, management, and staff of the Ghana Integrity Initiative, which is the local chapter or the national chapter of Transparency International. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you all to this very important conference. This conference is important because it will provide us an opportunity to deliberate on a perspective that, in my opinion, has been relegated to the background so far as the regulation of Ghana's natural resources sector is concerned. A perspective that, when considered seriously, could be the key to unlocking Ghana's successful approach to fighting galamsey and other illegal activities in our dear country. I heard Commissioner Chair talking about how he loves Ghana, and I'm sure I love Ghana more than the Chair. Commissioner Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about how beneficial ownership transparency can contribute to address integrity challenges in the extractive sector in Ghana. Integrity challenges because I'm trying to be a bit mild so far as the issues we are discussing are concerned, but truthfully, we are talking about corruption within the extractive sector in Ghana. For many of us in the governance sector, beneficial ownership transparency will help investigators, prosecutors, and the judiciary to investigate, prosecute, and sanction beneficial owners of companies that are engaging in illicit activities that are detrimental to national income, the environment, and threatening Ghana's food and fresh water security. So I'm very, very happy about the participants that are in the conference today. When they were introducing themselves, I saw officials from the Office of the Special Prosecutor and other organizations, and many of you from the internal audit agencies from Shraj, and I'm sure this conference, to a very large extent, will be beneficial to your work, because I know one of the outcomes that we're looking for is that we'll be able to use the training, especially for tomorrow, to be able to enhance the work that we're already doing and doing very well at your various organizations. Commissioner Chair, ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is in two parts, as you may be aware. This morning's own, we are trying to build consensus on the governance issues plaguing the extractive sector in Ghana and develop a non-partisan strategy in addressing same. That's why we don't see our political parties present. We want to have a discourse without them, and subsequently we will engage them on the outcomes of our conversation. And for tomorrow, we are looking at organizing a targeted technical training for governments, organizations, and anti-corruption agencies on how beneficial ownership transparency and other extractive sector information can contribute to government's efforts in addressing urgent challenges, and actually also trying to deal with the subject of artisanal mining, popularly known as galamsey, in our country. Commissioner Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana over the years has approached the fight against illegal natural resources extraction with brute force. Sadly, the poor youth in the mineral-rich communities are the ones that bear the brunt of these approaches, while the beneficial owners of entities that engage in the illegality are left untouched. So they are able to reorganize themselves and launch other illegalities, and this keeps on going on and on. Today's conference and the training tomorrow, in my opinion, will push into the policy space a national discourse on the effectiveness of using beneficial ownership transparency to address the corruption within the extractive sector in Ghana. The conference could not have come on at any better time than this, when the whole world, regional bodies, organizations are calling for a concerted action to bring an end to corruption, illegal logging, and destruction of the country's forest, ending the famous galamsey and petrolling, just to mention a few. It is therefore the hope of the Ghana Integrity Initiative and Open Extractive and our collaborators that this conference will bring out some key suggestions on increasing beneficial ownership transparency and making the country's natural resource wealth contribute effectively to Ghana's economic recovery and growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Chair, before I end my remarks, indulge me to acknowledge and thank Mr. Mark Robinson, Executive Director of EITI International, and his team in Vienna and Ghana for their support, both technical and financial, in making this conference a reality. That said, I would want to thank everybody that has taken time off their busy schedule, the Commissioner Chair for also accepting to be part of this conference, because we all know the important role that STRAC plays so far as the implementation of the NACAP, which he spoke a lot about, and also anti-corruption in general in the country is concerned. I am of the view that participants gathered in there will be able to do justice to the subject matter, and I look forward to also participating, especially in tomorrow's training. And thank you all who have come from all over the country. It's quite impressive. The participation is quite good, in my opinion. And I'm grateful that we're able to take time off your busy schedule during this closing period of the year where you all have reports to write, accounts to make, and all that. We're able to travel those distances from all over the country to be in Accra for this 2 days conference. I'm hoping that objectives set, which I actually emphasized earlier on, will be met, and together we'll be able to implement the outcomes of our deliberations for these 2 days. That said, I wish us all fruitful discourse, and I would try my possible best. Though it's quite early here where I am, I'll sit in throughout the meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve our set objectives. Thank you very much for your attention, and wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Executive Director. I think we should clap for her. It is about 5 a.m. and it's winter, so I have no doubt that she indeed loves Ghana, and we love her too. So we are very grateful to her to be able to make it. Thank you very much. Next on the bill, we are going to have Makori, the Anglophone African Regional Director for EITI, representing the Executive Director of EITI International, Mr. Mark Robinson. If Mr. Gilbert is online, may we have him give us his remarks?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gilbert Makori. I'm the Anglophone and Lusophone Regional Director for the EITI, and allow me to thank the Ghana Integrity Initiative and the Opening Extractives Program, of which we are part of, for organizing this joint event on anti-corruption. As has been said, I will be making these remarks on behalf of the EITI. Apologies, our Executive Director is engaged elsewhere and is not able to join. The extractive sector is particularly prone to corruption, accounting for 1 in 5 cases of transnational bribery, according to the OECD. This year alone, there have been cases, and I'm sure colleagues online and in the room would have followed. This year alone, there have been cases of corruption involving multinational companies operating in Nigeria, in Cameroon, DRC, among other countries. We've also seen media reports and leaks with allegations of bribery in the award of mining rights in several countries, including Malawi. Corrupt practices undermine domestic resource mobilization efforts. And this is the first point that I wanted to make, that corruption is still prevalent, despite the efforts over several years now by several actors. It is clearly evident that corruption is still prevalent, and the scale ranges from petty corruption, which is your run-of-the-mill bribery, sometimes involving not so large amounts, right through to grand corruption, which includes, tax evasion and the use of complex ownership structures. So that's the first point. The second point that I wanted to make in these remarks is that the extractive sector is peculiar when it comes to corruption. And why is it peculiar? Why is it special? I think a point that we often forget, those of us who work in the sector, is that mining oil and gas resources are not renewable. They are wasting assets. The window of opportunity within which countries such as Ghana have to benefit from these resources does not remain open forever or in perpetuity. So the window of opportunity does not remain open forever because the resources are not renewable. So the cost of corruption, therefore, is particularly quite high. Linked to this, mining oil and gas resources and other natural resources are subject to grand corruption. And this, makes the sector particularly peculiar. The revenues in question are often in the order of billions. The exploitation of these resources also is multinational in nature. It is highly unusual to have the sector that is, completely linked with other sectors within the economy nationally. So you would find that the exploitation of these resources often involves other countries as well. So that makes it prone to grand corruption, if you will. Now, corruption risks, we found that these exist along the whole value chain. So right through from the issuance of mineral rights, from production, export, and so on and so forth, to the accounting of the revenues and how the revenues are then used. So across that whole value chain, there are corruption risks, but there are clearly some priority areas that we have noted. And one of these is this issue of opaque ownership structures related to extractive projects. And this is an area of high risk of corruption. So who is the ultimate owner of a mining right, for example, or of a tender award? Where are they domiciled? Where is their tax residency? Are they a politically exposed person? All these questions bring beneficial ownership into sharp focus. And the EITI standard and the EITI initiative, of which Ghana is a member, includes these requirements to disclose beneficial ownership information. Anonymous companies enable the corrupt to hide behind a chain of companies registered in multiple jurisdictions. And this makes it difficult to curb money laundering and address corruption. But as the chair of the conference today said, all hope is not lost. Since 2015, several countries across Africa have been taking action domestically to address financial secrecy, including requiring the disclosure of beneficial owners. This is the case in Ghana, in Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, Zambia, and elsewhere. And while the EITS beneficial ownership disclosure requirement has been in force, since 2020, it's been early days. In the last year, there's been a concerted effort to step up support on beneficial ownership transparency in 10 countries through this opening extractives program. And under the program, several countries, including Ghana, are making important strides in combating the use of anonymous companies through collecting high quality beneficial ownership data, setting up registers, and ensuring that there is access to beneficial ownership data to interested parties, including the public. I would just briefly also just want to highlight that the program has also empowered, the access, if you will, or empowered citizens, particularly journalists, in terms of accessing beneficial ownership data. It is a particularly two-track approach. One is that beneficial ownership data is only as useful as it is of a high quality nature and as it is accessible. And we are pleased that today there will be recognition of the work of some of the journalists and the work that they've been doing in undertaking data-driven research and investigations focusing on mining, limestone, and the fisheries sector. And we hope that as the program goes along, and Ghana also, complies with its own legislation on this front, that will see higher quality and more reliable disclosures. And this brings me to the third point that I wanted to make, which is that there are indeed renewed efforts and tools to address corruption, and we should engage with this. We often do not realize how far the anti-corruption movement and fight has actually come. And we are often too hard on ourselves as well. I was just reflecting, contract disclosure, contract transparency was not something that was common just 10 years ago. Beneficial ownership, certainly not so. Transparency around licensing data, again. These are areas that were almost taboo to talk about, but increasingly have become global norms and they've become accepted because of the concerted work of different stakeholders, in particular also civil society. However, we do recognize that reform is complex and requires major multi-stakeholder efforts to take it to fruition. And we hope through this program and other initiatives to contribute to stronger interagency cooperation to ensure that governments can use this data for their own objectives as well, including due diligence in licensing and for financial investigations. Multi-stakeholder commitment and action on these matters can go a very long way. So corruption is still endemic, it's still a challenge. The extractive sector is particularly peculiar and requires special attention, but we are seeing new tools emerge that we have to engage with, and that require multi-stakeholder commitment. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to address you on this common goal of fighting corruption, and we wish you success over the next 2 days of the event. Thank you very much.
Very much, Gilbert. We appreciate your effort. I think that before we will then open the floor quickly for just a quick, discussion, and then we would have a break. Many of us are sat down for a bit. Those of us who have knee and waist problem need to say. So may we, with a round of applause, welcome Ms. Thelma from the Public Sector Review Secretariat. Ms. Thelma, you have the audience.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Mr. Chairman, Reverend Kwesi, the Deputy Commissioner, representatives from the Internal Audit Agency, and I think Financial Intelligence Center, and all other participating institutions here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll formally introduce myself. I'm Thelma Ohene-Siama, a director at the Public Sector Reform Secretariat, and I'm also the point of contact for the Open Government Partnership Initiative in Ghana. So just like Mr. Boedi said, we are the ones who coordinate the implementation of the Open Government Partnership Initiative. And just to let you know a bit about what the Open Government Partnership is all about, is a multilateral initiative that Ghana has signed on to since 2011. And it brings together governments, institutions, and then civil society organizations. And they come together to secure commitments in the area of transparency, accountability, citizen participation, and then technology and innovation. And just to mention that at the beginning of this year, the Open Government Partnership National Steering Committee, which is co-chaired by the Executive Director for Ghana Integrity Initiative, is we selected beneficial ownership disclosure as a priority commitment to implement within the Open Government Partnership National Action Plan. We have about 14 commitments in there, and so we selected beneficial ownership disclosure as our priority commitment that we would focus on. And we did this because we realized that we could leverage on the benefits of beneficial ownership transparency to fight corruption and mobilize more revenue locally for the development of our country, Ghana. And just like Mr. Kwesi said, we all love Ghana. So we are working towards the development of our dear country. After selecting this as a priority commitment, we went a step further with the support of the OGP Global Office, EITI, and then Opening Extractive, to organize a conference on beneficial ownership disclosure implementation in Ghana. It was well attended, and the purpose of that conference was to assess what had been done so far, where we were in the implementation in Ghana, to look at the challenges and then the way forward. And I must say it was a very successful conference. It was also an opportunity to clarify roles of key actors and then implementing agencies. So it's very good that we have quite a number of them here this morning. It is really refreshing that the Ghana Integrity Initiative and partners are organizing this conference on how beneficial ownership transparency can contribute to addressing the integrity challenges in the extractive sector. It's a real good initiative by Ghana Integrity Initiative, and it is my hope that we are able to achieve the objectives for coming here this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Thelma. I think we should give it up from. We still have a few minutes since we say that this place is a place of time. We're going to be sticking to time at our best. So we still have a few minutes before the break. We are waiting for the SP to come from court. So what we will do with the few minutes left would be, there may be something said that somebody may want clarification on. We will hand the mic to you to just ask or share some light. Here it's a conference, but it's a conversation as well, because we want to hold the process. At the end of this discussion, we want to come up with a communique that we say these are the gaps observed, these are the issues we are suggesting to be able to address if any gap exists in our regulation, in our practice. So if there are any burning issues, I would bring the mic to you by just showing your hands. Meanwhile, there are also participants online. We will plead with them to please write their name in the chat box and their organization so that we can acknowledge them and so we can also record them. They will need to put them on record as having participated in today's program. So if you are here, if you are online, please put your name and your organization in the chat room. Is there anybody who has any burning issue you want to share with us? It may be a clarification, it may be sharing more information, throwing some light on the discussions. We may have missed something that you know. Please, the floor is open for only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. If you don't raise your hand in this, I think that, Mr. Chair, am I allowed to coerce people to speak? It's a human rights commissioner. So once I have permission, I am able to act rightfully. Now that I have Mr. Chair, who is also my reverend, says I can't do that, I would see if there is anybody here. I recognize that GNPC is here. They've been very active in BO. They have contributed to finding oil, but we are also worried about how the resources is being used and the players in the usage of the resources. GNPC may want to, as is said by my grandmother, remove their mouth. So GNPC, if you are here and you want to remove your mouth, please let us know. We want to be as democratic, since I cannot be autocratic here. And then we also have internal audit agency here. In fact, anytime you had read the Auditor General's report and you miss the internal blame on the auditor, on the internal audit agency, you know that you didn't read the report well. Somehow, anyhow, they've always been blamed for not doing something or doing something too much. They are also here. So if you can remove your mouth, this is the time. And then Shraj. My grandmother used to be a very active visitor to the office of Shraj in my hometown, because she would always go there and say, there is a tenant in my house who is disturbing me, pa, and so I want to eject her. What is the lawful way to eject her? And so she always went there. So if there is anybody from Shraj regional offices, share some of the issues that come to you, particularly those that borders on the opacity of ownership of entities. And that creates all kinds of integrity challenges. Please share with us. Is there anybody who wants to share with us? It looks like. But I also have some friend of mine. He's a brother and also a colleague in the fight against corruption. He is very quiet, and he's been, whenever I look his direction, he looks away because he knows that I'll call him. If he knows himself, he should prepare to say something, because he also receives issues. He visits the community, and there are a lot of issues that come to them. Sometimes they speak on the media, and then they throw things out there as if, you know, but please, Bright, tell us some of the BO issues that you are confronted with. Please save me, because Snack is about to be ready, but we still have time. And I have to fill the time as my boss is also online. So please save me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boedi, and good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, I'm really looking forward to the presentation at 11 a.m. what we have on our schedule here. We talked about Ghana's beneficial ownership regime and how far we have come. We have recently, when I say we, I'm referring to the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition where I work, the GACC. I also been undertaking a project in the extractive sector. We only began somewhere around July this year. And one of the key questions that people keep asking has to do with access to the BO register. People are aware that through the Companies Act, we are setting up something like that in Ghana, but the question always is, who is going to have access to that particular register? What sort of information would they have access to? Because there's been a lot of debate about it. Initially, we were told only competent institutions, which would basically mean the accountability institutions for their purpose, who would have access to it. But again, also, when we listen to the Registrar of Companies, they seem to admit that, yes, maybe at a certain point in time, civil society, journalists, media people can have access to maybe a certain set of the information, probably maybe just the list of those who own that particular company. So I'm very interested in seeing how far that particular discussion has gone and where they are at as far as access to the BO register is concerned, because the whole business of it is being able to unmask. And that cannot happen. We're left to just accountability institutions. Some of the big cases we have in this country, corruption cases that have been unraveled has come because certain journalists have found out who owns what. And over the world, if you want BO to work, you need to have that particular access. People need to have access to the information. And again, also the technicalities of it, because we have a case also way back in Chile where you have to write to the registrar who would then send you the information in terms of how to make that access. But there was also a case there where registrars send information that limits the number of people who actually own that particular company. So they actually edit the list before they send it to you. It's also an issue in terms of you have to write to you before you send me that particular list, and you send it maybe in just an email. How sure am I that I'm getting the accurate information, that it's not been edited to take out some names? So it's a discussion that I'm really looking forward to. Whatever mode Ghana decides, I hope it's not cast in stone, and that we can all still make submissions that the Registrar of Companies can listen to and weigh and also consider in terms of how to make this truly beneficial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The beauty of this is that the Office of the Registrar of Companies has a representative here who will remove her mouth with the issues that you have raised. So, and let me acknowledge Madame Linda Kwao. Madame Linda Kwao, wave at us if you're here. Yes, she's representing Madame Jemima Owari, who is the registrar. Interestingly, she's also having a BO training today. So she sent an able representative. She will speak to us, and some of the thorny issues that Bright had raised, will come to us. Some of the people who are most accused of misinformation, maybe genuinely they don't have the information. Sometimes they also like to spice the information. As our colleagues in the media, most of the time we invite them to programs to cover the program. But we've moved on. From GII's perspective, we invite the media to programs to be participants. One very important friend and brother of mine, from different mothers though, is here. Fred has been very active in this BO discourse, and Fred also talks actively or participates actively in the media and civil society discourse. So Fred, tell us what you think this whole conference and how BO would help you. Forgive me for putting you on the spot. This one is participation and not coercion.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Frederick Esiama, and I'm a consulting journalist on the Corruption Watch program. We feel that BO is a very essential program, and if we really want to fight corruption, it is something that we need to take seriously. I have followed the process that we are on, and I think Gilbert mentioned the issue about BO being a requirement under EITI. And I am happy that a program like EITI has moved on all the way from when it started, and it's got to the point where it had to force us to do something like BO, compile a register, and let us know who is behind what. I think that in the last 10 years or so, some of the things that have happened in our political space has necessitated that we get to know the actual owners behind certain entities, because we are seeing that increasingly there's this issue about state capture by the elite in society that is happening, and it's becoming worse by the day. And we see that usually these things are happening within the resource space. And so it is very, very important that we address some of these matters through BO. When Ghana discovered oil in commercial quantities, one of the issues that was raised was about the Dutch disease and the fact that we will move on and abandon other sectors and so on and so forth. But we've realized that one of the problems that has brought us in Ghana is about contention for ownership of the resource by the very people that we have put at the helm to protect the resource for us. And it is becoming like people are not holding up to the mandate of the Constitution that resources should be held in trust for the people. It looks as if it's rather to be owned on behalf of the people by certain people. And so it is important that we make progress with BO disclosure. And it will help me as a journalist anyway, because any day I go out to look out for an issue of corruption, the only way sometimes to prove that somebody has benefited at the expense of the public is to establish ownership and the connections to the ownership of that particular resource that is in contention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that our bold interjections and speakers are done as well. Let's clap for him. Fortunately, our next speaker is here, but he hasn't taken his seat yet. So, Mr. Chair, do I have your permission to adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes so people can stretch, and then our next set of speakers can sit? Thank you very much. I have Mr. Chair's permission so that those of us who are above 50 can stretch a little bit, and then those who are a lot younger and who want to use the washroom is just down the hall on your right. So you can use that. There is also snack right behind the left wing. So we can take the snack and then we come back. It's 9, or let's say 10 after 11. We have 15 minutes to come in, and then we can have it. So let us welcome with a round of applause.
You should get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to this station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in a queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there, and some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, the next 2 to 3 minutes, there were about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nima district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now, he told me, when he grabbed the mic to respond, that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now, the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were also already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The votes swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other 2 persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy. She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items, but when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. So when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you. You'll be dying in the hospital. So when you want to visit the hospital, you have to pay money before going to the hospital.
According to Samuel, you have to pay for the most basic necessities.
You want to go to hospital, you have to pay. School, you have to pay. You want to fetch water, you have to pay. You want to go to the toilet too, you have to pay. Everything you want to do in Ghana here, you have to pay.
I do not be more mel, no. Come then you want to go. Do man do you? Good deal one, but just no one. Melody no more profile. Do man do you? Do man do you?
You should get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to the station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for driving the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in the queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there. And some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find your get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to the station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in the queue, and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there, and some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't.
In the skies, at sea, and on land, we have eyes everywhere. We see it all. When you're involved in corruption and think you're hiding, we
at your desk or your seat. So we have 60 seconds more.
in the skies, at sea, and on land, we have eyes everywhere. We see it all. When you're involved in corruption and think you're hiding, we will get you.
Own SP to share some reflection with us. Mr. Ejabin is speaking to us on the role of the SP in fighting corruption, issues and prospects of sanitizing the natural resource sector. Mr. Ejabin, your audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. He was asking me not to be that brief, but my style is that at the inception of a project or a program, we talk less and we go out into the field and do more. Then we can return at some point and assess our efforts. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, looking around, there are some familiar faces, and I'm thrilled to see leaders from anti-graft agencies and civil society, men and women who stand for good governance, accountability, and the fight against corruption. The fight against corruption, Mr. Chairman, you know very well, can be a very thankless task on several levels. However, the conviction that drives all of us is that we really have no other choice than to keep going at it. MC, can I switch yours off? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, perhaps we cannot describe the melee of corruption better than as captured by our own Kofi Annan and is forward on the General Assembly resolution adopting the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And this is what he said, may his soul rest in peace. Corruption is an insidious plague that has a wide range of corrosive effects on societies. It undermines democracy and the rule of law. It leads to violations of human rights. It distorts markets. It erodes the quality of life and allows organized crime, terrorism, and other threats to human security to flourish. Mr. Chairman, to this I will add my own footnote, and I'll repeat. We have no choice but to keep suppressing and repressing corruption, even if it cannot be totally banished. Mr. Chairman, the extractive industry is an assured bastion of growth and progress. Properly developed and regulated, it assures us succor. However, it also presents us with considerable deleterious challenges. And it seems to me that no one can put an actual price tag on the attendant social, environmental, and economic cost of that industry. We see it all around us. Offshore, we are confronted with the scourge of oil flaring, oil bunkering, and the ever-present specter of possible oil spills. On land, we are bedeviled with wanton destruction of protected forests and real property, and the mind-numbing pollution of our water bodies. Mr. Chairman, we need to strike a proper balance of permitting the extractive industry to flourish, on the one hand, while reining in its excesses of resource scarce. On this score, the fight against corruption becomes instructive, especially in the area of the issuance, monitoring, and management of concessions. State institutions that provide services to the extractive industry must commit to good practices, competency, and less of bottleneck red tapeism. Mr. Chairman, an offshoot of the is the issue of beneficial ownership. In my estimation, a beneficial owner is a person whose name and bona fides are not represented on title to property, company, or concession, though he is the actual owner, and most often effectively in control of the person whose name appears on the title, and he enjoys the benefits of ownership, but we do not know him. Our company law and practice, being a lawyer myself, and from experience, have hitherto been such that it is only the person whose name and details appear on the title to a business or property who is known to the law and who is reckoned by the law. This unnecessary practice, in my estimation, begot the development of complex rules on lifting the veil of incorporation in the corporate world to trace actual owners of businesses. Beyond the province of corporations and companies, it is downright impossible to identify the actual owners of property if their names were not entered on the title. It gratifies us at the Office of the Special Prosecutor that such an initiative has been commenced, and we highly commend the organizers and the Office of the Registrar of Companies. I notice your name has changed. It's good branding. Mr. Chairman, this initiative will immensely aid in the fight against corruption, and the Office of the Special Prosecutor fully endorses it. On our part, we will anchor the drive with our lifestyle audit and declaration of property and income regime. Mr. Chairman, this is not your usual declaration of assets process whereby public officials are required to just declare their assets upon assumption of office and upon exiting office in aid of combating corruption. Our mandate at the Office of the Special Prosecutor extends beyond this to politically exposed persons and also private persons. Our system is far more reaching. It is designed to arrest illicit and unexplained wealth among public officials and private persons. In this regard, a person's declared wealth is matched against his lawful income. If the former surpasses the latter, that is to say, where a person's lawful income cannot reasonably account for the acquisition of his property, the overpass is liable to be forfeited to the state. Then again, all undeclared property are automatically forfeited to the state. See where we're going with this. This regime and the beneficial ownership register will render it more costly and difficult for individuals to mask and hide assets. Mr. Chairman, our reach goes beyond the borders of Ghana by our Establishing Act. In this sense, we have the mandate to investigate and prosecute corruption and corruption-related offenses committed in Ghana or in a foreign country, so far as the Act constitutes corruption or corruption-related offenses in Ghana. This is borrowed from the concept of universal jurisdiction, under which national or domestic courts are able to investigate and prosecute suspected perpetrators of certain crimes, even if they were not committed on its territory, on the principle that these crimes are so harmful to the international community or international order itself that the offenders are classified in Latin as hostis humani generis, that is, the enemies of all mankind. Maybe one day we'll get there if we declare all corrupt persons as the enemy of all mankind, but in our context, though it is of a limited extent than that of the principle of universal jurisdiction, we are able to investigate and prosecute corruption and corruption-related offenses committed outside Ghana if it is committed by a national of Ghana or against a national of Ghana. On this score, Mr. Chairman, if the special prosecutor suspects that property obtained from the commission of a corruption or corruption-related offense is situated in a foreign country, he is required to trigger the mutual legal assistance regime, and we are ever happy to do so. The reverse also holds, where a foreign country requests assistance from Ghana to locate or seize property situated in Ghana suspected to be property obtained from the commission of a corruption or corruption-related offense in the territory of that foreign country. Mr. Chairman, it seems to us that no matter how well intended and well designed the beneficial ownership register is rendered, it will not address the practice of asset hiding. Therefore, the Office of the Special Prosecutor will also bring strongly to bear our property tracing and lifting the veil regime to prevent the transfer, concealment, and disposal of suspected tainted property. The point I'm about to make is not an admonition, but this is to property owners. It should seem obvious to you, if you're a property owner, that it is perhaps in your own interest to embrace the beneficial ownership register for your own protection. We have had cases in our courts in which beneficial owners have sued those they hid behind by way of trust or other consideration to front as the legal owners of their property because the fronters betrayed the trust and turned against the actual owners by denying that the actual owners were the real owners of the properties in question. So by our lifestyle audit, by our property tracing regime, by our lifting the veil regime, we will support this program to its fullest extent. Mr. Chairman, I'm almost done. Throughout history, the narrative has been that we cannot kill corruption, but with systems, technology, and intelligence-led operations, we can make corruption a risky business for criminals. I said when I was being vetted last July that I'm not naive to assume that I can stop corruption. Indeed, when the heads of anti-corruption agencies meet, and worldwide, especially Commonwealth Africa, and some of our colleagues say their vision is aimed at a corrupt-free society. Sometimes I sit back and smile at them. Say, you really think you can achieve a corrupt-free society? You cannot, but we have to suppress and repress it to its barest minimum. When people get to know that sooner or later they will be arrested, sooner or later they will be prosecuted, and their assets seized and confiscated to the state, the incidence of corruption will be reduced. Reducing corruption restores confidence, it promotes the rule of law, and it brings justice. Mr. Chairman, we have a very wonderful opportunity here to change the narrative and to get things effectively working. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, SP. We are really blessed in having you. Thank you so much. I think we should do it for him. Let's do it well. There are very bold support and declaration. For me, this is bold. We started from the chair. He said that he loves Ghana. The executive director of Ghana Integrity Initiative, the executive director of Ghana Integrity Initiative says she loves Ghana. And I have no doubt that Mr. Jabin loves Ghana too. We are so proud of you, and thank you very much. Mr. Chair had given me the permission to open the floor democratically for now a few questions for Mr. Kissi Agyaba. You just don't get him all the time. Now that we have him, let us ask him questions so that we get clarification. Because sometimes, for most of you who speak on radio and who educate the public, sometimes the things we also give out to the public confuse the matters. So now that we have Mr. Jabin here, let's get some clarification. We hear, oh, the OSP.
Please, Mr. Jabin will be around for only about 10 to 15 minutes, so let's ask the questions and the comment that we have quickly before he leaves. He has a very tight schedule today.
So we take 5 rounds of questions, and then he will respond, and then we take another 5, then that's it.
And please, this is about today's conference.
Yes, please.
Don't go outside. Unless he wants to answer questions. Yes. Because sometimes we tend to lose focus of the issues that we are dealing with, and then we go outside, and it sometimes confuses what we are doing. So if we can stay in-house, it will be good.
Okay, thank you very much. Once Chairman has said this, I am limited. But through a press statement, I commended the Special Prosecutor for his keen interest in corruption, suspected corruption-related issues in Northern Development Authority, where we know in this country the poorest of the poor are found in Northern Ghana. And if we have caretakers who are supposed to ensure resources are sent to the poorest of the poor, and there are corruption issues, it should be a source of worry. So some of us commended him through the media. And now that he's here and I'm also here, I was just thinking that it's a fine opportunity to commend him again and to find out where that issue has reached. But with your instruction, I think I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Reverend.
Thank you very much.
Who's the next person? There's another hand up.
My question to the Office of the Special Prosecutor and to his Honorable Special Prosecutor is that what are some of the strategies that we can implement collectively and inclusively so that we can recoup monies through the Public Account Committee? A lot of time, many a time we hear what is being discussed and the questions, people go away. Every year, the monies that go waste. How do we come with a policy framework? This is what we are thinking, we are asking and keep on asking. How can we get rid sustainably so that we can suppress corruption? It's the reality on the ground is that corruption cannot be eradicated totally, but we can suppress it and then to the barest minimum. What are some of the policy initiatives that his office has come out with so that we can have these monies recouped back to chests so that it can help us facilitate our national development? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make the questions quick so others will have the chance.
Thank you. My name is Frederick from Corruption Watch. Corruption Watch issued a statement as part of the International Day against UN International Day Against Corruption. And one of the things we talked about was the need for unity among our institutions to fight corruption. I'd like to know from the Special Prosecutor, to what extent is he working with the other bodies like YOCO and others to bring everybody together on issues around, say, beneficial ownership disclosure and property tracing, for instance? Let's say even the district assemblies, to what extent are you engaging them to ensure that you are successful in some of the initiatives that you want to take?
Thank you. The next question. Okay. So, Mr. Javin, you have 3 questions. What are the issues? How are you dealing with the issue of collaboration amongst the accountability institutions? What are your strategies? Or are there policy gaps that you need to address? And then the first one was a commendation. Thank you.
I'd like to start with a commendation. Sir, my assurance to you and the whole country is that any case we go into, any case we announce that we are investigating, we will see to the end of it. And it is not, I wouldn't say an easy task, but it takes some painstaking investigation because you don't want to get it wrong. That's on one hand. And on the other hand, you don't just want to soil people's reputations. And so we take great pains during the investigations in protecting the reputations of individuals and also the interests of the public and the state. And so when we come to the conclusion that this is the direction that we go in and we are firmed up in our opinions, then we'll release whatever we have, whether we're going to go on with further investigations, opening things wider, or we're going to take some individuals to court for criminal prosecution. So a little patience. Every case we have, we are going to see to the end of it. Right. Okay. On the strategies to recoup monies, the Special Prosecutor has 4 legs of his mandate, and one is the asset recovery and management regime. And on this score, the Special Prosecutor is designed to be a very important revenue generator for the state. It cannot do it alone. And so the law requires that Parliament refers cases to it, the Auditor General refers cases to it, SHRAJ refers cases to it, IOCO can also refer cases to it and all that. The office is 4 years now in establishment. Really, in terms of operation, I don't want to give the man's that it has actually been operated. I'm being diplomatic here. And pioneers always have birth pangs. But as we set up the processes and we set up the systems and they start functioning, you would realize eventually that the recoupment of illicit wealth and the disgorgement of illicit wealth will become very, very topical, and our asset recovery account will not be on the low. When I came in, it was 0, but it is no longer 0. So at least there's something in there. But that then dovetails to the next question in terms of the unity of the institutions. I was with him at a breakfast meeting. Was it 2 weeks ago? No, last week. Oh, just last week. My mind is racing. I need to slow down. When he was also there when I told the story of old trotros that I used to ply from the General Post Office into La and Osu and the other areas at the shore. And they used to be, the passengers face each other on single rows of benches. And they would insist that, I'm retelling the story. They would insist that 9 people would sit on one bench. And when you came in and there were 8 people and it appeared there was no space, the private smith will still insist that it has to take 9. If it doesn't take 9, they won't move. So what they will resort to is that they will put on the ignition, pull the car forward a bit, and step on the brakes rudely to shift you. By the time you shift, you would have rearranged yourselves, and the 9th person would have gotten somewhere to sit. That was my experience when I became special prosecutor. I noticed that although it is the flagship anti-corruption agency, it still needed a seat at the table. But it was such that the bench was almost full. So I had to resort to sometimes crude methods to get ourselves seated on the table. But we have begun, and we are going to have very productive and awesome collaboration with all the institutions. The first case we took to court, the ABAJ case, the evidence came from Shraj. I mean, that is a really, really a progressive collaboration. We didn't have to reinvent the wheel because Shraj had the benefit of 2 years to work on it, and we took the evidence from Shraj and the PPA itself. And there's so many things the OSP is doing with other institutions, especially Shraj, EOCO, and what other institutions? FIC, yeah. And so our laws are establishing enactments themselves require us to actually collaborate with ourselves. And there are penalties involved if an officer of the state is not collaborating with these agencies. So we do not actually have a choice. I like saying that. We do not actually have a choice but to collaborate with each other, because we are all on the same team. We are fighting for the same cause. Why must one person be looking in one direction and another looking in the other direction? Yesterday, for instance, there was a program which was coordinated by EOCO in respect of the asset recovery and management regime. A little bit on that, you would recall, those of us who remember this case, the Benjilo case, and it is very, very instructive for this purpose. He was convicted, went all the way to the Supreme Court, he lost the appeal, and he was sentenced to 10 years. Okay, and what did the state do? We went to sleep. The state locked up his fabric shop in the Central Business District. He served his sentence, he came out and sued the Republic that we had left his fabric in the shop and they had gotten rotten. So he served his sentence but still came to, yes, because the state couldn't link the crime for which he was convicted with the proceeds from the business. And this is the danger in terms of this asset recovery regime. Excuse me, let me branch there a bit because it's very important for this purpose. Now, if you do not take care, the state institutions that have been set up to engage in asset recovery will themselves be mulcting the state in cost. Because if I were to seize your property today, let's say a car, and it's a classic car, and the case drags and drags and drags for 5 years, if you are acquitted at the end of the day and the state is unsuccessful, you would want back your car. Quick live example. When I entered the nolle prosequi in the case of the sitting MP, Honorable Mahama Yariga, 2 of his vehicles had been seized by the Republic, and the state in which they were wasn't the best. But you've entered the nolle prosequi, and you are reminded his cars has been seized. You have to put the car in a condition which he can move the car out. The cars were driven in. You cannot put the cars in containers or on a car stretcher, let me put it that way, and deliver it to him. And so, in that regard, it's very, very important that we come together and streamline these things. That, look, we have been tasked to recover assets and manage them. On the same reckoning, we cannot be incurring losses on behalf of the Republic. If the person is acquitted, the person will want his property back. If he travels on appeal for 10 years and he is acquitted, he will ask for his property. Now, when he's asking for his property and the property is no longer in usable condition, he will sue the state, and successfully too, and get some interest on top for your troubles. So yes, we do not have a choice. We are collaborating with each other on so many levels, and it is in line with establishing enactments. I think I can run now.
I think, Mr. Chair, at this moment, I hand over Mr. Javin's fate to you.
Certainly, we had discussions on the matter, so yes, with your kind permission, I will discharge Mr. Javin, not from the dock, but from his responsibilities here. Mr. Javin.
Thank you very much. I think we should give it up to Mr. Javin. We are very grateful, Mr. Javin, that you were able to make it. So, whilst Mr. Javin goes, we are going to get prepared to take the next presentation. Our next presentation is going to come from the one who hosts the register. The Beneficial Ownership Disclosure Register is hosted by the former Registrar General, and currently we call them the Office of the Registrar of Companies. They are now two institutions. So, and both institutions host the register. One of them hosts the register. It's a Registrar of Company that hosts the register. Very well. So let us welcome with a round of applause Madame Linda Kwao. She is here representing Madame Jemima Owari, the Registrar of Company, and she's going to give us a reflection on how the Ghana beneficial ownership regime, how far they have traveled, what are the journey issues, and what do we need to know? So let's welcome her again. The IT, as a presentation ready, can we project it now? Okay, so we are projecting her presentation. So let's give it up for her again. Thank you.
Good morning. As I wait for the presentation, okay. The Office of the Registrar of Companies was established by Act 992, the Companies Act, the recent Companies Act 2019. And it was under the recommendation of Professor Gawa that the registrar should be different from the Registrar General. The Registrar General handles marriages, it handles estate administration, and was also doing company registration. So under the new Companies Act, the Office of the Registrar of Companies has been established, and we are looking forward to separating from the Registrar General's department. So that is it. So we still have two institutions. We have a new institution, and we have the existing Registrar General. Thank you very much. Mine is a presentation, and I'm going to take us through where we started from and how far we have come as an institution in our fight against corruption. The next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a picture of how we have traveled since 2016. There was a commitment by the government to fight corruption in London, and that commitment brought about an amendment of the Companies Act, because at the time it was realized that people were using companies as vehicle for corruption and for the illicit flow of funds. So it was necessary for the Companies Act to be amended and for provisions to be incorporated to help us get behind the legal owners of the companies and identify the beneficial owners. We did that in 2016. Still, it wasn't sufficient. We realized the definition of PEP, the politically exposed persons, wasn't adequate enough. It didn't describe who politically exposed persons were very well, their connections with family members. So right down to 2019, when the new Companies Act was being passed by Parliament, we had to make all those changes, make all those amendments, and make it very beautiful to enable us get the information that we needed. In 2016, we tried introducing it to the public. It wasn't easy, so we had to embark on a public awareness in 2018, and we did that. Still, it didn't get down very well. We are still in the process. As I speak to you now, we've been in a workshop from Monday. Monday, we hosted the Ghana Bankers Association. We had representatives from all the banks, and we are still taking them through because it's still a new concept. People still don't understand, so we are still sensitizing the public and our stakeholders as well. Yesterday, we hosted the DNFBPs. We had auditors, we had accountants, and we had some legal firms. Today, it's still ongoing, and I had to leave and come here with the instruction of my boss, so I'm here. And today, we are hosting some members from the civil society organizations and lawyers as well, today also. Okay, so right up to 2020, we started collecting the information. And before then, we had to be taken off the gray list of the European Union. It wasn't easy. 2019, we had to show some commitment that we are fighting corruption. And the institution, the registry, the company registry, had to demonstrate to FATF that at least we have implemented something as per the provisions of the law. So we had to develop an Excel format in 2019. It was a manual process. People were required to submit beneficial ownership information with us, and we were just keeping them on an Excel format because our system at the time had not been redeveloped to accommodate beneficial ownership information, so we couldn't enter it onto our system. So if we get the information from a company and somebody needed the information, it means we had to manually search for it. It was very cumbersome and very stressful to us. Luckily, in 2020, sometime between 2019 and 2020, we got some funding to redevelop our system and incorporate the beneficial ownership features. So we were able to do that, and we started collecting information from 2020. As you can see, yes, please can you move it a bit to the right? Not the next slide, a bit to the right. Currently where we are. Okay, so currently we are putting together regulations to the Companies Act, and in those regulations, we have beneficial ownership information also in there, how the whole process is going to be carried out by the officers of the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Sometime 2 months ago, I was able to put together a working group to develop manuals, and these manuals are designed purposely to help in our BO implementation regime. We develop manuals that will guide the staff of ORC in the information that they collect, the kind of information that they collect, how those information is processed, and how we are able to verify that information. And like I told you earlier, we are still in the process of training people, and we need to also build capacity internally and externally as well, and we are still doing that. And we've been blessed to have donor support from GIZ, and GIZ has been very helpful. They've been sponsoring all our workshops since the beginning of this year. I think they've been very helpful. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the journey so far, and under each stage, I'm going to tell us how we've been able to, what we have done under each stage. So as you can see, a progression from the previous slide, there was a commitment, there was a legislation, then we had to deal with the system, we had to collect the data, and the data has to be published. Now, if you put in a request at the registry, we are able to give you information on companies which have filed their beneficial ownership. It is very difficult getting existing companies to file. I think they still don't understand the concept, so it is very difficult. When you look at the number of companies that we have on our system, and the ones that have filed their beneficial ownership, you see that it is in decimal. It's like the existing companies are very adamant, they don't want to do that. So what we did was to introduce beneficial ownership forms at incorporation. And because it is at incorporation, officers of the companies who come there to register are forced to fill these forms, and we enter this into our system. And currently, I think we are at the scrutiny stage. The impact stage, we haven't gotten there yet because we haven't collected most of the existing companies' data, so we are unable to measure what impact it is in fighting corruption. And I will take us through a few, not all. Please, next slide. Okay, so this is what we have done so far. We have collaborated with government. We have done extensive work with the civil society organizations. And we must say the government has been very instrumental in helping us get the systems and get our implementation of the BO ongoing. And we've done stakeholder consultations as well. It might not be enough, but I think we have done a little. Okay, then we have also gotten our software requirement that enables us to collect the beneficial ownership information like I spoke about. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a continuation of what I spoke about from the picture that it showed a while ago. Next slide, please. Okay, so with the sensitization, we have dealt, like I said earlier, we have dealt with our internal staff because it was a very difficult concept to explain to them. They are used to having a company registered with legal owners. Who are those new beneficial owners they are talking about? We don't know them. So we had to let them understand who beneficial owners of companies are. It is still not down there, but at least we have some few people who have been trained and they are knowledgeable enough in that area to be able to explain to companies who those beneficial ownerships are. There were times that we get forms coming through. You see the legal owners also named as beneficial owners. So at a point we realized we're going to get a duplication of the legal owners also as beneficial owners. And we had to sensitize them on that. And we are getting some good disclosures, but I must say it is not something that is impressive. Okay, and we had to also develop BO learning models and engage certain professional institutions and train them. We have also used TV and radio. There was a time back in the past, I don't know how many people saw, we had a documentary then with the Minister of Justice, I think it was a woman at the time, yes, Gloria Kufu, Honorable Gloria Kufu at the time. She was spearheading beneficial ownership in that documentary. It aired on the TV, and we had radio programs as well. Currently, we are also developing the frequently asked questions because we realize people want certain questions to be answered, and traveling all the way to our institution was time-consuming for them. So we are currently in the process of developing that, and we'll put that online as well. And I also talked about the manuals, that we've developed manuals to help our workers, the staff of ORC, in how the information is processed, how it is verified, and how it is given to the general public. And I think these manuals will also be available to the general public when it is put to use. And we are also organizing workshops as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the people, these are the institutions that we have worked with, and they have also given us their commitment over the years. Next slide. Okay, I talked about the development of the system. Next slide. This is, I think, okay, yes, sorry. This is the next slide. Okay, so this is the provision in the Act that enables us to collect information from companies. And the companies currently that are supposed to submit their beneficial ownership information are companies limited by shares, companies limited by guarantee, unlimited companies, and external companies. Sole proprietorships and partnerships are not supposed to submit their beneficial ownership information. I guess we know why. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have developed the system. Now we have a central register. We are aware that there are other registers that exist elsewhere, but the Office of the Registrar of Companies now is the institution that holds the central register. So all other registers feed into the register that is held by the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Okay, next slide, please. Currently, these are the forms that we are using in collecting information from the companies. We have also developed other forms because we realized that when we were developing those 4 forms, we realized we were thinking about companies that were voluntarily coming in to submit their beneficial ownership information. But that wasn't the case, so we had to find a way, an innovative way of getting the information from these companies. So one of the things that we did was If you have an existing company and you haven't filed your beneficial ownership information, our system logs your details, logs the details of the company. After the period of voluntary filing of the information labs, now all companies that haven't filed, their details are logged. So you cannot have access to those companies' details until you have filled your beneficial ownership information. So we realized most of the companies, they come in to file this beneficial ownership information during the time of filing of their annual returns. And the existing forms, that is BO1 to 4, was not giving them the kind of, we're not getting the information as we wanted it to be. So we had to add other forms to it. We have developed it, and come next year, we will deploy them and we'll start using them. So those forms will be used during the filing of annual returns. And it's just a very short form to tell us that you have beneficial ownership information to submit, and these are the people. And also, when a beneficial owner changes, we are aware that beneficial owner can change over time. So when the beneficial owner changes, then also there is another form developed that you can quickly fill, a very short form. You quickly fill it and you submit it, and we update our records because we want to have up-to-date information on beneficial owners. We don't want them to wait till it is time for filing of annual returns. But unfortunately, that has been the trend with the institution. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the threshold. And in setting the threshold, we realized that certain sectors were very high and certain sectors too were very low. When you look at the type of companies that people register with the institution, you realize there are companies that people register and it's a husband and wife, it's a family company, and their stated capital is very small. So in setting the threshold, we considered all those things, and we realized that there were certain companies that were not in a high-risk environment, so we didn't need them to submit all their beneficial information because really they are not big companies and they are not in the high-risk environment. So for those companies, their threshold is 25%. And for those in the gaming industry, they have a threshold of 5%. And I think those in the extractive, there is no threshold at all. Next slide, please. I think I will have to jump some of the slides because I'm told I have 5 minutes more. Okay, so currently this is the information that we require companies to submit to us in submitting their beneficial ownership information. So they have to give us the full name of the beneficial owner, the date of birth, the telephone number, nationality, residential address, the place of work and position held, nature of the interest of the beneficial owner. I hope we are aware there are different nature of interest. Apart from the threshold of 25% and the 5% and all that, there are other interests that people might hold. People might have controlling interest. People might have voting rights and all that. So you have to disclose that to us as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, currently the competent institutions, which are the law enforcement agencies, as we recognize them in the institution, they assess the beneficial ownership information for free. That is, if the company has filed it. If they haven't filed it, then unfortunately that information will not be available to them. So now they can access it for free, and to the general public, just a token fee of 25 cedis. Next slide, please. So far, this is the statistics. What we've been able to achieve. This is the information on our register now. As at June 30th, 2020, we had 48,707 companies that have registered their BO information. And you look at the existing companies, we have just 11,000. And as compared to what we have on our system, this is in the decimal. And you look at the filing of the new companies, you see it is higher because we have put those measures in place. Next slide, please. Okay, so currently, like I told you from the picture, we are at the verification stage. It is very difficult to verify the information people give to us. They have to submit, together with their BO forms, an ID. And verifying this ID is a very difficult task for us. Sometimes we don't know how to do it, but fortunately last year, the National Identification Authority has given us an external link to their system that we can manually verify IDs if that is the Ghana card. But we don't have enough staff to be doing that, and it's a very long process. Sometimes going out of the system and verifying the ID before you come back is something that is very difficult for us. Next slide, please. I think we should jump to the challenges. Can we please jump? Okay, thank you. All right. So these are the challenges from 2016 right up to today, 2022. These are the challenges that we have faced. It still remains a complex concept for people to understand. We still have to explain. We still get people coming and ask, so who is a beneficial owner? The beneficial owner of this company is another company, and we tell them it is the ultimate owner we are looking for. And they tell you the shareholder is a company. And we keep telling them it is a human being that we are looking for, a natural person, and not a company. It's still a complex concept for people. And like I said, the verification of information, it's not been very easy for us. So it means when the company submits garbage to us, eventually we'll have a register that is full of garbage. But we need to verify this information. And identifying a BO, I've talked about it, and the non-compliance by existing companies. The companies don't understand that there are sanctions. Because we have not started implementing the sanctions, they still think they can just sit and not submit, and they are okay. But I'm told that our new board, from next year, will start implementing the sanctions on companies that have not filed their beneficial ownership information. And our software, like I said, I know a lot of people are aware that we've been facing a lot of challenges with our software, and luckily, we've been able to secure some funding for a new software to be developed, and hopefully next year, I think we'll get a new software in place, and most of these challenges will not be there. And like I said earlier, we are still building capacity within and external. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Linda. I think that I reckon that for those who took the syrups and the sugar, the energy levels is challenged. It's not, the sugar didn't do the magic. But if it did, and you want to prove me wrong, please let's give it up well for her. Thank you very much, because indeed, for somebody who was spoken to last night, and for her to be able to have prepared to come, I think, Mr. Chair, she's done well. Thank you very much, Madam Linda. You have really shown that you are from Madam Jemima's outfit, because she also delivers well. And there is a good friend of mine who had Nicodemously sneaked in, but he hasn't escaped my 4 eyes. Welcome, Bash. This is Bashir. He's the director, the coordinator of EITI Ghana. So Bash is here. And then my own former school prefect, Dr. Mantiao, he had decided to hide, but he trained me to have a bald head. And whenever light shines on it, he can't escape me. Doc, please wave at the audience. Doc is here. We are at the stage where we have heard so much. It's about time to also give back what we've heard. It's about time that Mr. Kwesi, that is Shraj, will listen to us. Because Shraj had spoken to us. And sometimes when I call Mr. Kwesi, he anoints me. But I sense frustration in his anointment. I sense it. Because, you know, when you are having impartation, nothing escapes you. I sense frustration because he says, na Ghana for cry, because it looks like they are fighting corruption. They are doing quite a lot. But every day something happens that discourages them. But we are here today to also tell Mr. Kwesi that there may be some gaps. There may be some areas that you could turn your eyes to, so that if those areas are fixed and we're able to deal with it, perhaps it will make your work very easy. So you have given us NACAP, OSP, you have given us OSP, you've given us all the laws, you've done all the orders and ruling. We're about to tell you something that we believe that if you add to it and give us, will make a difference. So we are going to group ourselves. We're going to form 3 groups. 3 groups, because my grandmother tells me, I dream in Niobakufu team. It means that wisdom is not in one mindset. So let's group ourselves into 3. We will count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the ones will go on one side, and then the 2s will go on one side, the 3s will go on one side. Since Mr. Kwesi himself is here, Mr. Kwesi will be our supervisory moderator. He would visit every group and will be guiding us. But below Mr. Kwesi are 3 strong colleagues and seniors. So we have Senior Ben here. Senior Ben, wave. You will take group 1. Dr. Mantia is here. He's an apostle of BO and EITI. Will take group 2. But he's also going to facilitate after the group had met together, we would have a group presentation, and he would take out the issue, because the output for today's engagement would be a communique, because most of the time we have conferences and workshops, but what do people take with them? And what do we have to show? We want to have a communique that says that in a year from today, we can look back at that communique as a government, Mr. Kwesi and Shraj worked on A, B, C, D, and this is the change we've brought to the fight against corruption. Is it a good idea? Please clap for me small. I get depressed when you sit quietly. Thank you. I think my clap is the loudest. So then there will be the 3rd group who will be facilitated by Bright. Bright has sat here, a very good brother. He has not helped me so much. So I have Mr. Kwesi says I shouldn't say coerced him. So I have participatorily gotten him a 3rd group. There are 2 questions on your program. So if you look under the groups, there are 2 questions. Under the group, So these questions are the guiding questions. You also have, I would also want Bash to be moving around the group so that Bash could also be flowing some ideas, because he's been around the EITI discourse for a very, very long time. It's about time he gives to the country. Bash, are you with me? So you will also, when Mr. Kwesi goes here, then you go there. Goes here, then you go there. You crisscross, so that you inform the outputs that would be coming. We are not hoping that you would change the output, but just enrich it with your experiences. So please, you support Mr. Kwesi to play the supervisory role. So, and then Steve will synthesize the issues, but he would handle one group. There will be guiding questions, but it is not exhaustive. So Steve will share questions, would also, the facilitators would ask further questions. Then we are now breaking into the groups. It is 12:30, almost 12:30. We are going to form the group, just 30 minutes, and then we come back with a group report. Even though we are 10 minutes late, we are going to close on time, no delay. So if you are in the middle of the group, whilst you are going, I'll be following you for your report. So please, let's count ourselves. So Bright would be out, Dr. Mantia is out, and Senior Ben is out. Chairman is also out, and Bashiru are out. The rest, let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Group 1 stays here, Group 2 will stay here, and then I'll find some place for Group 3 once the spaces have been created. So let's start doing the counting. So you are 1 senior. As for my senior, I have to count for him because, so senior, you're 1. Right, so 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, GMVC 3. 1, 2, 3, and then 1. And then you are 2. Hello, you are 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Say 3 so that you don't forget. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please say 2. You are 3. You are 2. Good. Senior, you are 3. Good. 1, 2. Please say it. 2. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Master journalist, what number? You are 1. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2. And I am 3. So all the ones will be here. So all the ones, please let's move here. And then all the 2s who are here, please move here. Then we'll now find a space for the 3s who are likely to go to join our colleagues at that place. So all the 1s are here. Can we move now? I am a good referee, so I have stopped the watch. If it takes you 10 minutes, we'll add the 10 minutes to the closing time. That is not corruption. But Mr. Chair, is it correct? Yes. I have stopped the watch. So let's move now. We move here. So who is a group lead for Group 1? Okay, so Mr. Doe is the group lead. Senior, you are group lead for 2. And then Bright, you are group lead for 3. So, Senior Bright, please organize your people here. Once you move, they will follow you. The questions are there, but we will ask, the group leads are free to ask more questions. And then we will have, Mr. Kwesi would come and ask more leading questions from experience. I am being guided by their experience. So in order to show that we didn't come here with any prepared communique, we want you to own the communique. We are allowing you to have the issues yourself. But there are guiding questions on this board. And the guiding question says, what are the missing linkages between transparency and anti-corruption? And then how do we bridge the gaps? What are the issues? These are three basic, they are just basic questions. But then there are, the group leads would ask more questions just so that we can elicit responses that will go into the communique. Are you with me? Do I start the watch now? Or I should keep it stopped? Mr. Chair, I should start the watch or I should keep it stopped till they organize? Okay. So group 3 is there. Group 3 will sit here. If you need your... Group 3 is here. Yes. So Bright has group 3. Group 2 is here. Yes, group 2 is here. So you can turn and face this way so that group 2 will take these 2 rows. Yeah, just turn your seat. So group 3, if the seats are not enough, you can take the seats behind this one. Yes, group 3 can be there, yes. Yes, please, don't move the chair. I know the problem. Don't move the chair. No, what I mean is that the group 3 shouldn't move there. They shouldn't move. They should be there. Yes. Yes. Sorry, yes. So group 3, your lead is Bright. Bright will present your feedback, which will be captured into the communique. And then this is group 2, and then group 1. Mr. Chair himself will blow the whistle for start. Thank you. So I've started the stopwatch. There are 2 questions, and there are 2 questions. Group 1 will take 1 question. It doesn't matter which of the questions you choose to answer, but at least take 1 of the questions and encourage Dr. Mantial's group. I encourage Dr. Mantial's group, which is group 2, to look at the output, the second question. Let me look at that for you. So the group 1 is, the question 1 is looking at enhancing integrity in natural resource. So that would be group 1, which is which is Ben's question. So Senior Ben will take first question. Then group 2, which is Dr. Mantia, will take the leveraging transparency and accountability and ethical conduct to make the most, which is more of the recommendation. Group 3 will also take the second question, which is also more of recommendation. And then we'll take, so are you with me? Is it possible to project the 2? It looks like we don't, but everybody has it. Thank you. So group 1 will take the first question. Group 2 and 3 is taking the second question. There are guiding questions, but the facilitators are competent enough to generate or evolve their own questions. The most important thing is that let's have our say. Let's own what they take away. Are you all with me? The whistle is blown. We will end the group work in 30 minutes. So exactly at 1, we end it. Thank you.
You should get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to this station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in the queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there. And some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, the next 2 to 3 minutes, there were about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nina district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now, he told me when he grabbed the mic to respond that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now, the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were also already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The votes swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other 2 persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy. She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items, but when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. So when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you. You'll be dying in the hospital. So when you want to visit the hospital, you have to pay money before going to the hospital.
According to Samuel, you have to pay for the most basic necessities.
You want to go to hospital, you have to pay. School, you have to pay. You want to fetch water, you have to pay. You want to go to the toilet too, you have to pay. Everything you want to do in Ghana here, you have to pay.
I do not be more mel, no. Come then you want to go. Do man do you? Put it on one, but just no one. Melody no more cover. Do man do you? Do man do you?
You should get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to this station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in the queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there. And some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, the next 2 to 3 minutes, there were about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, Corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nima district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now he told me, when he grabbed the mic to respond, that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The votes swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other two persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, so our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy. She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items, but when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. So when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you. You'll be dying in the hospital. So when you want to visit the hospital, you have to pay money before going to the hospital.
According to Samuel, you have to pay for the most basic necessities.
You want to go to hospital, you have to pay. School, you have to pay. You want to fetch water, you have to pay. You want to go to the toilet too, you have to pay. Everything you want to do in Ghana here, you have to pay.
I do not be more mel, no. Come then you want to taco. Do man do you? Put it on one, but check no one. Melody number 4, 5. Do man do you? Do man do you?
If you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to the station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for driving the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in a queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there. And some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, and there's 2 to 3 minutes, about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board, and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nina district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now he told me, when he grabbed the mic to respond, that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The vote swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other 2 persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy.
I do not be more melon.
She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items. But when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. So when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you. You'll be dying in the hospital. So when you want to visit the hospital, you have to pay money before going to the hospital.
According to Samuel, you have to pay for the most basic necessities.
You want to go to hospital, you have to pay. School, you have to pay. You want to fetch water, you have to pay. You want to go to the toilet too, you have to pay. Everything you want to do in Ghana here, you have to pay.
I do not be more mel, no. Condemn you a taco. Do man do you? Good deal one, but just no one. Melody number 4, 5, 10. Do man do you? Do man do you?
You should get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to this station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in the queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there, and some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, the next 2 to 3 minutes, there were about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nina district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now, he told me when he grabbed the mic to respond that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now, the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were also already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The votes swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other two persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, so our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy. She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items, but when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. So when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you. You'll be dying in the hospital. So when you want to visit the hospital, you have to pay money before going to the hospital.
According to Samuel, you have to pay for the most basic necessities.
You want to go to hospital, you have to pay. School, you have to pay. You want to fetch water, you have to pay. You want to go to the toilet too, you have to pay. Everything you want to do in Ghana here, you have to pay.
I do not be more mel, no. Come then you want to go. Do man do you? Good deal no one, but just no one. Melody no more cover. Do man do you? Do man do you?
You get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people.
Election has become like auction.
Without money, the doctors can't take good care of you.
Corruption is happening on all levels of society, also in everyday life. But how does everyday corruption affect ordinary people? Traffic in and around Accra is very dense. Richard takes the bus to school, but getting on the bus isn't always easy. One morning, Richard discovers that some passengers are getting special priority to the bus.
In the morning, you get to the station and they are supposed to make sure they provide buses for you to travel to wherever you are going to. But most times you get there and there are very long queues, no buses for people, and no one is asking why. And those responsible for providing the buses are also not telling us anything. There are a few people who are in the queue, but you realize that others are also boarding the cars from where we don't know. Someone somewhere is making sure people who might pay something extra are given priority. Or even you might be in a queue and then you realize immediately a car comes to stand there. And some people who were seated, who were not in the queue, are apparently joining the bus even before you, the person in the queue. And the station master or the head of the station will be like, oh, they were here before, blah, blah, blah. But these are all issues of petty corruption that we don't really talk about. Okay, this is the situation here, and I'm here, I'm a victim. What do I do? So I approached the station master and asked him why we've been here since morning, there's no bus coming, and what is he doing about it? Then he said, young man, if you feel you can speak some good English and you feel you are a hero, just leave here and go and find yourself a bus. If you can't wait in the queue, just leave. So at that moment, I became a bit aggressive, but in a positive way, not that violent. Trying to ask him, it's your duty to provide us with buses. It's your duty to make sure we leave here in the morning. That's why this station is here. So before the man could really raise his voice on me again, I had like 3, 4, 5 people joining me, saying, yeah, that's true. What the boy is saying is true. You should provide us with the buses, you know. And before I realized, the whole people were like, yeah, you people are here doing nothing. And that was when I realized the power of someone taking an initiative. So after a bit of noise and all that, the next 2 to 3 minutes, there were about 3, 4 buses came, and everyone got on board, and then on our way to our workplaces.
Contrary to all the views that the political parties are trying to run away from, corruption has become entrenched in the country in which we find ourselves.
During an election in the Nima district, Inusar criticized an elected politician for not speaking up on behalf of the constituency.
You need to see the people in town. People are heartbreakingly poor. People are living in serious quagmire. So I came out to tell him that he has failed us woefully. He has not given us any better representation. Now, he told me when he grabbed the mic to respond that the people would decide whether he had failed us or not. That is the delegates. And from what he said, you could see he had other plans. A week after that, fresh laptops, fresh RLG laptops were given to youth organizers. And these were about 125 youth organizers of the various branches. They were given each fresh laptops. Now, on the eve of the election, my friends here are witnesses to it. The sharing of the things happened at a house just a few blocks away from here. Yani, chairman of the branches, the various branches, we had about 400 and something branches. Now, the chairman of the various branches were given $100 each. $100 each with super designed wristwatches. Secretaries were also given $100 with super designed wristwatches. Women organizers who were also part of the delegates were given 100 Ghana cedis with cloth. And the youth organizers also were also already given fresh laptops. They were given $100 to each. Now, this was what happened seriously. And the day of the election, the whole election moved. The vote swung seriously towards the one who won the election. The first person had 215 votes. The second person had 185 votes. Now, the other 2 persons who were part of the race, who weren't able to give the monies, they had 30 votes and 18 votes respectively. Election has become like auction. The highest bidder wins the election. If you can pay more, our democracy has become, as the former president of Ghana said, President Kufuor, he said moneycracy. It has become moneycracy. If you can pay more, you win the election.
Even though there are public hospitals in Ghana, getting a doctor's attention may cost you some money.
Everything is not free in Ghana here. That was last week, Friday. My wife just delivered a bouncing baby boy. She has the health insurance. She has all the hospital items, but when she was removed, I have to pay a money of 300 Ghana cedis before she came back to house. The doctors and the nurses have to tell you that when you don't have money, then you have to go back to house. You have to go back to your various houses. Well, so when like this you want to visit the hospital, you have to put money in your pocket and you have to send it to the hospital. Without money, the doctors can't
can continue whilst group 2 and 3 does their presentation, but we will still require your attention. I don't know how you're going to do that. You are set. Lovely, lovely. I think we should clap for group 1. They miraculously compressed 5 minutes into 1 minute. And for me, that's the magic of the day. Thank you very much. So what we are going to do now is that I am going to hand over to Dr. Mantiao. Dr. Mantiao is facilitating this session. Our hope and view is to be able to have at least a certain number, I can't tell the number, but a certain number of outputs, recommendations for the government through Mr. Kwesi, to Shrite, through the OSP, through Madam Linda, is she here, to the registrar, and then also through, well, so there is, and then through Madam Telma to the former senior minister, and then the senior president advisor. We will send it through them. We will publish them, but we will acknowledge that they were here. So, Mr. Chair, permit me to hand over to Dr. Mantiao to carry us forward. Dr. Mantiao, you have your audience. So Dr. Mantiao will take the group feedback and then will synthesize the issue for us. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And I guess quickly we'll begin with group 1. Your assignment was to look at, enhancing integrity in natural resource management in Ghana, key stakeholder perspectives. So I think we are seeking perspectives from your group on how I think I would have loved if you take a diagnostic approach. What have we done well? And what have we not done well? And what do we need to do to make progress? So assess the problem, make recommendations. That would be a better approach. But if that's not what you did, don't worry.
Oh, sure.
We'll take. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so thank you. In the next few minutes, we'll try to present what has come out of our discussions. Just like Doc mentioned, our job is to see how integrity within the natural resource management within Ghana could be enhanced. And we actually identified a number of issues, but because of time, we couldn't exhaust all. The first thing we did was to understand integrity in this particular context. And colleagues came up with a number of points surrounding how do we ensure strict adherence to rules and regulations that, govern the sector. And we identified a number of things that we think ought to be improved upon. The first one has to do with accountability issues within the sector we think ought to be looked at, transparency issues, ethics, compliance, and then the legal framework also ought to be looked at. The other point has to do with ownership. And in further analyzing the issues, we started with ownership. We think if government would be in the position to benefit more from our natural resource sector, we should look at improving ownership of the state. Thinking through the approaches, we say we can either do that through participation or through enhancement of our legal regime. And the group agreed that we should go for the legal regime and try as much as possible to beef up the fiscal policy that regulates the natural resource sector, try to plug all loopholes, because it is on record that if we talk about illicit financial flows from Africa and for that matter from Ghana, the natural resource sector is leading in that discussion. And so it will be helpful for government to actually look at how that fiscal regime that regulates our natural resource sector could be improved upon by blocking all loopholes. If government wants to do that, then we should look at deploying the appropriate technology in terms of monitoring production levels, because we've had instances where production levels reported in country is different from what we hear from what pertains in terms of the recipient countries. And so there will be the need for government to adopt appropriate technology to ensure we are able to monitor our production levels very well. Capacity enhancement also came to play, that if we want to actually benefit through taxation, then we would have to enhance the capacity of relevant state agencies, and also the human resource aspect. People's capacity ought to be built so that they are able to do a good job for us, and that we think will help us improve upon revenues that we'll be getting from the sector. The second issue we dealt with has to do with accountability. The team is of the view that our level, the current level of accountability from the sector is quite low. There is room for improvement, and that state institutions that have primary mandate when it comes to the management of these countries' natural resources must do well to improve upon what they are doing in terms of the fact that they must be well-resourced on one breath, and then on the other breath, once they are well-resourced, we would assume that they have the needed logistics to gather the needed information and report appropriately. For a typical example, if you want to assess, let's say, licenses that have been given and all those things, are they readily available somewhere that people could access and say that, fine, licenses have been issued to company A, B, C, D. This is just an example. It could be there on maybe the website of the relevant state institution, but we think our state institutions would have to be well-resourced so that at the back of that, they are able to account to the people properly. On the other breath, it was also discussed that even from what is known, most of these institutions are well-resourced, but they are still not living up to expectation. And for that to happen in terms of accountability, then we gathered in here ought to hold those state institutions accountable by demanding for accountability from them so that they are put on their toes to deliver. So all accountability institutions gathered in here, we have the SRAJ, we have the OSP and all that, and we're happy to hear the promises this morning. We will be happy to see all these accountability institutions up their game, and then CSOs together to demand for, or to put the required pressure on these state institutions to get them to be more accountable to all of us. The issues of audits also came up under it, that these state institutions must engage in special audits to ensure that they stop the people who participate in the sector from doing what is not allowed, engaging in illegalities like we are discussing, so as to get the country to actually benefit from its resources. The third one has to do with the legal regime. We would want to see the legal regime that regulates this natural resource sector actually improved upon, because if you don't have a law in place, people can easily take advantage of the system. So if we want to enhance integrity in the management of our natural resources, we can't do that without having the appropriate legal regime in place. And so for that matter, if we want to plug loopholes, we need to look at our laws again. If we want to deal with IFFs, we have to look at our laws once again. We ended with local participation. We think if we want to enhance integrity within the sector, let's create space for our own people. Local participation, we have some good laws in place. How do we ensure compliance? If we still think there are some gaps, then we must look at that. Local content issues have been well stipulated in a number of our laws. Let's ensure that they are appropriately enforced so that our people would also have the opportunity to participate in this space. With this, we want to bring our submission to an end. Thank you, Chair, for the time. I don't know if there will be room for members to add something if there is no chance, then thank you, Doc.
I think for duty bearers, those who are clothed with the power to make decisions on our behalf, either in natural resource contract negotiation or the use of the revenues, have often not exhibited the highest level of integrity. It will be important to find out why it is so, and how do we deal with the incentive that makes people become dishonest in negotiating contracts on behalf of their own country. That didn't come out quite well in the presentation, but I want to tease out from the group.
No, it came up actually in the discussion. I remember he raised a number of points around that.
Yeah.
That when it comes to, I think someone also raised it from the other end.
Yeah.
That the natural resources as we have them are vested in the president, but he's holding that in trust for the people.
Yeah.
And through contract negotiations, we see these resources given out, especially in a manner that does not inure to the benefit of the state. And that's how come we came up with the ownership discussion, the point that we raised on ownership.
Right.
But listening to your question, it stands that to a large extent, the question will be, are we in the position to increase the state's participation in terms of ownership? If we are in the position to do that, the second question that came when we were having the discussion is, given the inefficiencies we've realized around state-owned enterprises, are we in the position to hand over or to create an institution that should manage this resource, if given, that they should be responsible for production and transformation of it into any form that we want? Are we ready for that? Those were the things that came up in our discussion. We cannot have this discussion and would not consider some kind of political influence in all these discussions. It will be difficult. But sometimes, because you don't have the hardcore evidence at hand, even if you are discussing that, you are quite limited. But if you look at some of the existing contracts, like you were saying, that we see around, you ask yourself, assuming this contract is to be negotiated for even the people who participated in the negotiation, for their private companies, will they accept this as a fair deal? So those are all questions that we were considering.
Right. So I need concrete proposals. How do we take away the incentive to seek personal benefits when you are negotiating a contract, for instance, for your country? Let me give you an example. I'll tell you a story of something that happened here in this country. There was a certain company known as the EO Group. They belonged to Ghanaians. And they were given a certain 3.5% in Jubilee. Then this happened under a particular government. Then the government changed. And the new government said, hey, we want the 3.5% back. I happen to have had a personal meeting in Washington with the owners of EO Group, particularly Bewu Edusei, because the wife was a childhood friend. So we had a discussion, and his explanation was that, look, I spent my personal money to go to Texas to look for Cosmos and bring Cosmos to Ghana at my own expense. I brought them to Ghana, I entertained them, and I encouraged them to go ahead and explore for oil, all at my cost. Then they find oil, and they give me 3.5%, and government says she doesn't understand. He says, this is normal practice in business. It's called sweat equity. It's a payment for my sweat. Good. So he made that point. The government's position was that at the time the 3.5% was given to the EO Group, the company even did not exist. It was not registered. So how could an entity that doesn't have an existence receive a gift? That's one. Again, Bewu Edusei, at the time he played this role, he was the Ghana's ambassador to the US and Canada. So if you are Ghana's ambassador and you go to look for investment for Ghana, should you be seeking personal benefits? I mean, you get the issues. So, and I think across the value chain, it is happening. In everything we do as Ghanaians, we seek personal benefits. I'm pretty sure some of us, if we were to send you to go and buy something for your company, you may seek personal benefit from it. It's a normal practice. So I'm saying that how do we deal with this as a country? Okay. If we don't find ways of dealing with it, people who negotiate contracts on our behalf will always shortchange this country and will be the net losers.
Okay. Doc, like you would accept, others will come in, my colleagues will come in.
So we are dealing with integrity issues here. That was the core of your assignment.
So anything that is not legislated, of which if someone acts contrary to, will be, even if it is wrong, it can just be discussed as a moral issue. So in our discussion, it came up, ethical issues came up. And the acts, the examples you cited, are clear conflict of interest matters, which are clearly against the laws of this country. And so with that, for me, the first thing that comes to mind is, do we have the laid down structures or models that should guide our negotiations? People who deviate away from those laid down structures must be held accountable. So that is the first side. And then in the process, those who find themselves in positions of conflict of interest, fortunately we have our chairman here. Our chairman will identify such people and deal with them. So it comes down to the accountability issues. Do we have state institutions that are watching the space, who are showing interest in some of these transactions? Some of these things happen in a lot of opacity. They might happen and they might not even be aware, unless someone draws their attention to it, and that comes to us as CSOs. Once we pick some of this information, it will be good to draw their attention that this negotiation had gone on, this agreement had been signed, but we think there are elements of conflict of interest. Even if we have no hardcore evidence to submit to them, we just want to draw your attention to it. Can you get some of your officers to begin to look into it for us to see perhaps if something substantive can come out? So it is our collective responsibility. So for me, the first thing would be, can we begin to look at some of those loopholes and legislate against them? If we do that and people violate it, then we can take them out. But if you don't have any legislation, then it becomes matters of morality. Oh, this thing that you did is not correct. Everybody will talk about it. But at the end of the day, you can't take the person out because he is not violated any law. But the examples you gave, for me, I read conflict of interest in it directly. If you are somewhere acting on behalf of the state and you are able to negotiate some agreement or convince people to come and invest in the country, and then you want to take advantage of that, then it should be conflict. Unless maybe chairman thinks I'm wrong. That's what I think for now.
Yeah, okay. I think, so from the interrogation, we've seen clearly that conflict of interest is one thing that we need to address as a country to take away the incentive for people to seek personal benefits from their positions. We need to have clear rules on that, and we need to ensure that we monitor its compliance. The way we can monitor its compliance is having access to beneficial ownership information. Because you only need to know the relationship between the person awarding the contract and the owner of the company who is receiving the contract to be able to establish the conflict of interest situation. And so BO data becomes very, very key in this. Unfortunately, CSOs are being asked to pay a fee, 25 cedis, to be able to access BO information. I was telling my group that at my own cost, we prosecuted some investigation that led to the recovery of some 16 million cedis, which would have been lost to the state. In fact, the money would have been more, but the investigations didn't go far enough. But at least 16 million cedis was recovered from Sinopec, for which I did not receive, myself and my team,
10%.
did not receive even 1 cedi. So everything I did at my cost, but the state became the beneficiary. And I'm happy my country was able to take back that money from Sinopec. But the question is, why then do I have to pay 25 cedis if I need to do something that will benefit my country, not me personally? All the investigative work that CSOs do in this country, it doesn't go to benefit them personally. They are, what do you call that, Manasseh Azuri and all that investigation is done, which has led to uncovering widespread corruption in this country. Didn't benefit him personally. It benefited the state. So my proposal, if we really want to enhance integrity, we need to get citizens involved in exposing issues of conflict of interest. They are the people who live in the community with those who perpetrate corruption. They know them. And so if they have access to information, they may tell, oh, company away. Hey, I see my CD. And if they have opportunities to report, they report. And then the state agencies can look into it. And if it's confirmed, then the necessary actions are taken. So having strict rules on conflict of interest is one way, but also empowering citizens to be able to monitor and report issues of conflict of interest is a further step. And that is what I make out of your group's submission. Let's invite Group 2 and hear what they have to tell us. Thank you. So I hope Office of the Registrar of Companies is listening. We are asking for consideration that at least some basic information, not access to the full information. I have engaged Madam Owari, the Registrar General herself, on this matter, and she agreed that some basic information will be made freely accessible to CSOs. But it looks like they keep forgetting. And I also keep reminding them. And if I had the opportunity of asking a question, I would have reminded the lady from the Registrar General. They have agreed in principle, but we don't see steps towards its operationalization. Some basic information, name of a person and the shares held in whatever company is enough. Of course, we recognize the risk associated with unfettered access to data, which could lead to identity theft, terrorist attacks, and ransom seeking and all those type of crimes. It can expose them to it. We recognize that. So the bulk of the information should be accessible to competent authorities. But there's some basic information. For me, doing investigation on Sinopec, we sought information on that company in Dubai from the Dubai authorities, and it was given to us not at a fee. And so why can't I have access to the information in my own country to help my country stop corruption and money laundering and other illicit financial flow activities? Thank you. Carry on.
Good afternoon to you all. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss these issues on BO. Our question was question 2, and this is how it states: leveraging transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct to make the most of the country's natural resources. We reframed it this way: how do we leverage transparency, accountability, ethical conduct to make the most of the country's natural resources? And we started on this foundation that it was good PIAC was established. I believe you all know PIAC means Public Interest Accountability Committee. We felt it was a very good institution. But we also realized that most people, or the average citizen, doesn't know much about the workings of PIAC. So we identified some loopholes in these operations. We felt PIAC reports were too technical for the average citizen or the average person to digest. So we suggested that apart from the technical reports, which are mandatory, which makes it easy for the intellectuals to understand, we need abridged versions that can be easily digested by everybody so that it will appear to be discriminatory, so that we can all contribute to issues that PIAC raises. So what we recommended was PIAC should have adequate engagement with its constituents. And through this discussion, we're able to identify the bodies that make up PIAC, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, National House of Chiefs, Queen Mary Association, and others. We felt it were relevant, but we felt they should be more engaged. And we also felt there must be so much connectedness between PIAC and the other constituents. So that's like we can see through what they are doing, to like to be easy to appreciate and understand what PIAC is doing. That is for PIAC. The other thing we noticed was we also felt the Petroleum Revenue Management Act was very good. And they had a 12 priority list, which were very clear and concise, well elaborated. But there was some item 13, which was quite dangerous. You know, normally after events, when you talk about item 13, everybody is excited because they feel their ability to be filled. But this particular item 13 appeared to be quite dangerous because it gave some discretionary powers to the minister. The minister decides on whatever it wants to do. And the painful aspect of that item 13 is that this minister most often doesn't explain why they include certain things in the item 13. So it's like he uses his discretion that, okay, they are going to invest in something which doesn't make sense to majority of the citizens. And they go away with it. But fortunately, we realized that the solution to that problem is that there is a provision in the National Constitution which ensures that the minister will have to explain issues that has to do with the use of his or her discretionary powers. But it appears that provision is not being enforced. So our recommendation is that that provision needs to be understood by all of us as citizens, and then those who have the capacity or the means of enforcing it, make sure that the minister is compelled to explain whatever he or she does under item 13. Thank you. The other issue which we came up with is the investment of resource revenues. We've realized that there was some kind of arbitrariness when it comes to the use of resource revenues. And, you know, like all human institutions, where there are no systems, there is the tendency of whoever handles something abuses it. So we realized that there were not enough systems in place which could lead to checks and balances. So our recommendation was that there should be enough systems, well structured, of course, not just systems on paper, but systems that know their roles and responsibilities, systems that are linked to each other, where they could operate in a synergistic way to make sure that the revenues that are invested are guided by the objectives of the system so that it can be very clear and understandable. It follows a certain logical and tangible path. Also, they realize that the public are not normally consulted when it comes to the generation of this revenue. And an issue was raised, like money that was be used by the district under which Obuasi falls. There was a time when P.V. Obin died. I hear that it's a typical example. There was an act which states, "Welcome to Obuasi." And the district assembly decided to invest part of some of these revenues in redesigning the act because they felt it to serve as a signage to P.V. Obin's hometown, which is Akrokeri. And the citizens felt that that act, redesigning of the act, wouldn't benefit them. So they protested against it. So These are some of the things. So when the citizens are more involved with regards to how these revenue are invested, we felt it to be of good use to us. Now, the salient issue, the BO, the beneficial ownership. There is a fee to be paid if you want to have access to the register. And the question that came out is, I think that some governmental institutions have free access. So what we feel should be done is that there should be some unfettered or uncluttered access to the register so that a certain minimum information should be accessed freely instead of paying the 25 cedis for it. And we also realize that the beneficial ownership register will help us in knowing or being able to detect what is known as transfer pricing or transfer mispricing issues, whereby there may be conflict of interest in the operations of companies, which could lead to the loss of revenue to the state. So the bottom line is the office of the Registrar of Companies must lower the bar a bit for all the citizens so that at least some minimum information can be accessed freely. Where there is the need to delve deeper, then we can pay some token to have access to it. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank Group 2, and if there are any questions from Group 2, let's take them now. Do you have any questions for Group 2? Or if there's any member of the group who wants to add to what they presented? I think Group 2 raises a fundamental question, and they cite PIAC as an example to illustrate their point. Yes, Kwame?
So the district assemblies, by their their legislation requires that they consult the people. One. Now, there are a number of things that the district assemblies do with resources that are paid from, is it royalties or?
Yeah, a share of the royalties.
A share of the royalties. So how do we ensure that the district assemblies account for the share of the royalties that come to them? How do you and I ensure? And contracts that are awarded from the use of those resources, how do we ensure, using BO information, that those contracts do not go to persons that are not
conflicted
to the group?
All right. Thank you so much. It's to all of us, so if I'm not able to answer, you can also support. All right. We came to realize that sometimes some wrong people are elected to be part of the assembly. So they themselves, they don't understand the issues. So it becomes like a one-man show for either the Metropolitan Chief Executive, the Municipal Chief Executive, or the DC. The other issue has to do with our cultural settings. There is a presumption that the DC or the MC is the wisest person. So if you are seen to be too vocal, they could even go to your Ebusiamping and all others to harass you because maybe he was even chosen based on the influence of the chiefs. And it's like you want to expose him. So what we have to do is that we need people who understand the issues, who will be at the assembly, and then we'll be able to inform those who are not at the assembly in a non-partisan and in a dispassionate way about how things are going, so that the people down also will know that, oh, this is the right direction, or if that's not the right direction, they also give feedback. So it's about connectedness. You understand me? So it's like continuous multi-stakeholder engagement is what will solve that problem, so that everybody operates at the same level of understanding. Not in an influenced way, but in an independent and objective way. Thank you, sir.
Just a little. No, you see, your recommendation was based on what the assemblies ought to do. But I'm asking, we the citizens, how do we ensure? I'm asking the role the citizens ought to play to ensure accountability. Because we've got the accountability from the supply side. But what I'm asking is that for us citizens, what recommendations are we making so that citizens can hold the assemblies or duty bearers accountable?
That's why I spoke about engagement, like having these kind of town hall activities. I hope you understand it. Because that is where we have the civic engagement and stakeholder engagement activities. So that is why I also spoke about connectivity. If they are engaged, then there is enough consultation and engagement. We can easily hold them accountable, because if they come to make their presentations and we feel there, and we, the ordinary citizens, feel what we are hearing doesn't sound well to our ears, or when they said they've tarred 200 kilometer stretch of road. I had a typical example. I went to Obuasi in 2020, and Angogo said they were using part of their royalties. The retaining Angogo, the Angogo that left Mama's time and came back. They said they were tarring a certain stretch of road. I went to do some consultancy work there in September 2020. I went back in March 2021, and that road hasn't been completed. And when I spoke to some of the citizens, they were dissatisfied because looking at the capacity of Anglo Gold and all those things. So if it had been continuous engagement, that's why I said that the engagement should also be done in such a way that those who take the decision will not be able to influence those of us who can make an input. And when I investigated in that case of that road, I was told the unionists is like have been compromised, the union leaders. So they tell them they are building capacity for them, and then they take them to posh hotels. They sleep there for 1 week for capacity building. And when they are going back, their pockets are filled with per diem. So they go back, and even the union members are not able to hold their executives accountable. So we should make sure that, that's why I said, in the first place, the assembly members who are voted, or the government representatives at assemblies, do they themselves understand the issues, or they are just yes men? If they don't understand principles of investment and setting of priorities, they will just be rubber stamping. So you also at the bottom may not be able to get it well. I hope I've tried to answer the question well, but if there is any addition, you can add.
You've managed to dance around it. We'll take it like that. But
Okay.
I guess the point is that how do we as citizens organize ourselves to be able to exercise proper oversight over the use of revenues derived from natural resources? Of course, the Obuasi example tells us that the people did not know that the assembly has taken that decision to use mineral royalty to rehabilitate an ark. When they got to know through the EITI outreach activity, they nearly beat up the MCE. Right in that meeting, the decision was reversed, and a decision taken to use the money to build boreholes for deprived communities. So transparency is key. But also, how then do we cross from transparency to accountability? And this is a question I want all of us to reflect on. Every year, we get accountability reports from the Ghana Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. They produce reports. The Public Interest and Accountability Committee produces reports. In all these reports, we learn about infractions. The law has been broken, monies are being abused here and there, left and right. And it's become repetitive every year. Why are we not? That is transparency, isn't it? At least the fact that these are brought to our attention is transparency. But how do we cross from transparency to accountability? It's only when we get to accountability that we'll be able to stop these abuses. Can we think about it a little bit? What do we need to do? For me, it means that the theory of change that presupposes that where there is transparency, there will be accountability. Doesn't work. It requires some further actions and some intervening measures. What can these be? Can we think about it? Yes, sir. Please give a mic for me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come back to her.
Yeah, so before my colleagues come on the floor, I want to believe that probably I'm the only person that's living in this Ghana. Maybe other people are living elsewhere. But let's have an honest conversation. Unfortunately, I believe that there are journalists here. We've left them out. Fortunately, unfortunately.
Do we have journalists here?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
So the FIC trains a lot, and 3 weeks ago we had.
Are you with the FIC?
Yes, I'm with the FIC.
Good.
I can only speak for the FIC.
Okay.
3 weeks ago we were with journalists and we're training them. The interesting part is you talk about accountability. To the ordinary person, it's about bread and butter. So these things are not important to them, and that's why you have an institution like the journalists, who are supposed to throw light on those things and then make those people act in a certain way. I keep telling the people I train, what criminals don't like, or would-be criminals, is when you throw the light on them. Even when you don't have the evidence, but just by asking the necessary questions for them to answer, they get very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, now you have a very divisive and very defensive journalism in this country, which is so polarized by politics and is not willing to have the very important conversations, so that on my way to work in the morning and I tune in on my radio, I'm going to either hear about Hajia for real or things that have no bearing on accountability. If you ask me, an ordinary citizen, to be interested in this, okay, so I've shown interest, but to what extent does my interest go to impact the person being held accountable? So that if the journalists talk about it, now there are two effects. The person being talked about feels the heat. The agency that is responsible for ensuring that that person does the right thing also feels the heat. So you have two things colliding. But if nobody throws lights on these things, then the people are just going to get away with it. And then next year by this time, you're going to invite me here. I'll come, I'll have your lunch. If you have transportation for me, I'll take it and I'll go back to my office.
Thank you. Right, so how do you think we can overcome the problem you've just described? At least we will not just complain about it without proffering some solutions. What do we need to do?
Engage the leadership of the journalist group. Tell them what the situation looks like. Let them understand why the general public have lost interest in some of these things. It's because they see that the people that they trust in to be their mouthpiece have let them down. I mean, there should be repercussions even for journalists. I hate to say this, but recently there was, I'm not going to name names, there was a journalist who openly said in a particular year they met and then decided that they were going to parade lies about a certain presidential candidate. And to date, nobody has held anybody. This is self-confession. And if a journalist that so many people believed in some time ago, who had access such a platform, has now acknowledged that he was parading lies about somebody, the question is that who is holding him accountable? So if he's not being held accountable, my job is to go to work 8 to 5, take my salary, and I go home. And I don't have to show any interest in any of this. Let's hold ourselves accountable. Let leadership hold their members. Bank of Ghana is responsible for financial institutions. NIC is responsible. There must be somebody responsible for journalism. And let's hold those people accountable to hold their members accountable.
Okay. In a democratic society, citizens have a right to free speech. And we cannot expect all of them to behave in the same way. I recognize the problem you are concerned about, but also we cannot generalize. We know there are very good media houses in this country. We have the City FMs, the Joy FMs, and the rest. They stand out, and at least they maintain a certain standard, which we can all be proud of. There are also those who set up media for personal reasons. I mean, it could be commercial, it could be political, But people have various reasons for which they set up media houses, not necessarily for the public good, but for their private good. And the diversity is what actually helps us. And so we say if we are a group of citizens and we will patronize a particular media, it means that we are encouraging that media, isn't it? So I like the point that you say that you will not patronize such media houses. But there are others who will patronize, and they have a right to do so. And we have to respect that right. So multiplicity, yes, but then we make individual decisions based on what is available, the choices available. Yes, let's hear you.
Yes, Doc. Thank you. My name is Jacob. I'm supposed to be passing the mic around, but there's conflict of interest. Doc.
At least you've declared it.
I'm happy he said that, but I beg to differ to some extent. Let me say a very large extent. You know, let me just make it short. So you take the Auditor General's report. It was an issue of transparency. They reveal what is happening.
Yeah.
Until we know Occupy Ghana took the case to court, told him he has the power to now get, so that it has gone beyond transparency. There is some sort of accountability.
Yeah.
In the past, citizens, media, they had thrown light on some of these issues, but the people were still okay. Indeed, citizens have a right to take some of this case up, maybe in court, and former OSP had done that when he wasn't the OSP. But when the state accountability institution it has the power and decides to exercise it, the impact is bigger than when an individual is making noise about it. In fact, the media he mentioned, there are some of, like you mentioned, Joy and others have done exposés, brought key people together to discuss the issues, but it didn't still end up, bringing up the impact we expect. But when Auditor General decided to say, I'll surcharge and it's allowed, we got the money because he has the power. He could take you to court, win the case, or if you win, fine. You are able to prove that indeed you qualify to get that. So I believe the state institutions who have the mandate to act, either we advocate, as in citizens and the media, put pressure on them to act. Sometimes you even forget about it's the outcome mapping, which my senior had mentioned to me even quite recently. So who do we tackle to get the outcome? That is what we could do. But if that person himself is acting, then there's no need for us to even be putting the pressure on it. So for me, accountability institutions who have the mandate to take up some of these issues should be able to do that and get us the results we need. If not, they are the ones we should be targeting. So if FIC has a mandate to chase people, take them to court and get the money, why is FIC not doing it? It could be leadership, it could be lack of resources, it could be, those are the things I feel we should identify and then move on. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. FIC, you wanted to also make a contribution. Right, thank you. Okay, right. Hey, we have group 3, eh? Oh, please, let's take your quick intervention.
So mine would take us back a little. So if we could hold on.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So group 3,
it's just
sorry.
to address his question on accountability.
Okay. Let's take group 3 and then we can wrap up.
Good afternoon to all of you. Group 3 has the same question as Group 2, really. And they copied a lot of our content. Plus, in consideration of the fact that you are looking tired and hungry, we will keep the presentation short. We are humanists. Now, coming to the same question from the angle of transparency and accountability and ethical conduct, I want to first talk about the issue of transparency. We've taken note of the fact that over the last 10 years, increasingly, there's been a lot done in the area of transparency. We've mentioned PR reports, we've mentioned Gaiety publications, we've spoken about other sectors or other actors such as ISEP, NRGR, or in this sector, we're making a lot of publications. We felt that the missing cog has been this issue of beneficial ownership. If you listen to the presentation today, it appears a lot is being done in that particular regard as well. And I was very glad that my question in the morning about access was answered by Ms. Linda Kwao. But we also feel that when you talk about transparency, how many people really are benefiting from the information that's being published. And we believe that we live in an era where people are not willing to do a lot of text. So even for people who are literate, anything beyond 10, 15 pages begins to bore them. So if you have all these very long publications, who is actually reading? Because the whole bit of transparency and the power it gives starts from actually knowing what is on those pages. So in that regard, we are suggesting that let's really look at the way the publications are being packaged. We are advocating that perhaps let's also start looking at using video. And video in very short, maybe just under 2 minutes, that we can send around all these multiplicity of social media platforms. Imagine PIAC report in just under 2 minutes, something that you get on WhatsApp platform in the various groups that you belong to. At the very least, you get a gist of what the revenue has been used for, what the challenges are, so we are all informed on it. Now, it's also beyond oil and gas when we talk about extractive. So there's also the issue of mining. And we are wondering that on the issue of transparency, how come in this age we still have a situation where concessions can be awarded and the communities where these things are going to be done are unaware of it? We think we need a different way of being able to engage when these things are done. It's not enough to just invite the chief, the DC, and the top opinion holders in the community when everybody else is in the dark as far as those concessions are concerned. So we believe that we need to find new ways to engage and package the materials, and we already have that technology in place. So let's leverage it and let's use it to achieve greater transparency as far as these reports are concerned. A few years ago, when I started CSO work, an MP said to me, it was the height of when we were agitating for RTI passage. He said, CSOs do not vote, citizens do. At the time, I was quite offended by the statement, but in hindsight, it made a lot of sense. What I've taken from it since then is that those of us in this room will be knowledgeable about a lot of the things going on. If we cannot get the general citizenry also on board, talking about the same things, being on radio, being vocal on social media, it does not get attention of politicians because they are aware that CSOs, organizations, do not vote. And you're the ones who normally churn out the research and we're asking for all kinds of advocacy points. But if everybody else is talking about it and we are looking angry about it, in fact, we are packaging it in ways that they can see that, okay, we are losing X amount of money. When you have Y amount of needs, we think that is the way to go. And to answer the question that Dr. Mantia raised, our theory is that if you want accountability, you sell the product, but get the majority and the mass of people behind you. So it becomes very difficult for politicians to ignore what you are saying, to be irresponsive on what you are saying. And where the videos are concerned, we also feel to also do a lot of good if we can translate those also into local languages. Let's not forget, not everybody is able to comprehend every material posted in English. On the issue of accountability, we think one of the biggest ways to go for us in this country will be public interest litigation. So we are not going to sit there and wait for, again, some public institution, state institution, to be able to take the matter on. If citizens can also, and Jacob gave the case of Occupy Ghana, citizens can also occupy themselves, have a lawyer and say, I'm taking government on. PIAC has published this number of reports. I see all these compliance and a breach of compliance gaps in there. I want to have a lawyer take the issue to court and ask why my state institution is not performing and why they've breached all these compliance issues. And we can get a number of those things happening. Maybe, just maybe, you can begin to get the government to wake up to some of these particular compliance issues as far as the natural resource governance sector is concerned. So we think public interest litigation is a very, very big way to go. We also do believe that for the side of the companies who are in the extractive sector, they have a role to play. And we made an example of Newmont Ghana, for instance. Those of you who visit Ghana Web. A few months ago, they were advertising on Ghana Web how much tax they've paid to the government of Ghana. So you had the figures in there, and they're breaking it down. Just as a way to go to they themselves proactively declaring that this is how much we've paid to the people, to the government of Ghana. In an era where it seems that our leaders love to have composite sums, instead of disaggregating which will allow us to question it, this can be another reference source, both to aggregate and then be able to question some of the figures that are coming out that we already have issues with. So we think this is a very good practice that our companies could also follow. We also mentioned the issue of CSR, corporate social responsibilities. Who determines the CSR agenda for these companies? Are the beneficiaries also involved in determining what they actually need and determine that particular agenda? We think that's an issue we need to go to find an answer to. Where institutions are concerned, there's a proposal on board that could we consider actually
peeling just that name. You talk FIC, but who within FIC really should be responsible for this? Which department and who is heading that department? Can we bring the names into the fore as a way to actually get people ticking and working? So Sean does not come to work 8 to 5 and then go back home. When his name is juggling in the media, people have mentioned his name and his mother has heard, his uncle has heard. Maybe he'll be more willing to act to defend what he and his department are doing. The very last bit has to do with ethical conduct, and then we focused a lot on the companies themselves. Most of these companies belong to guilds, which have certain codes of ethics. So where there are issues that go beyond the legal, we cannot get them on a legal issue. The issue is wrongful anyway, but it's not illegal. Can we, by knowledge of those particular codes and ethics, the guilds they belong to, bring them to account using the ethical side rather than the legal side? So being able to have knowledge which guilds they belong to, which codes, ethical codes they might abide by, that information, we think something that could also be powerful in a situation where they are engaged in a wrongful act, but may also be illegal within our jurisdiction. So we kept this very brief for you. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Group 3? If not, then in the interest of time, I will just tease out some of the key issues that have come out from the various groups that we may want to consider for inclusion in the communique. I hear issues related to state participation and the need for review of our fiscal regime and to plug all loopholes in the fiscal terms on which contracts are signed. Of course, all over the world, countries that have been able to optimize their benefits from their resource extraction are those that are participating either directly or indirectly. There's no country that has played the role of a spectator and managed to optimize benefits. Because when you participate, there's something we call value retention. Whatever you benefit from your participation is retained within the national economy, and that becomes something that helps us to optimize. So yes, that's what I hear from Group 1. There's also the call to build the human resource capacity, I guess to deal with asymmetry of knowledge when we sit at the negotiating table. I also understand that there's an issue concerned about low level of accountability, which we've addressed in the earlier discussions in terms of how we transition from abundance of transparency to getting state actors to act and to account for their mandate. Related to this, I think we may need to make an appeal to the state accountability institutions. I find that we set up committees to provide information to citizens. Let's say the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, the Ghana Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and now the Open Governance Partnership Initiative. They produce reports. And some of these reports actually indict or raises serious, grave concerns about unethical behavior or abuses in the management of natural resources. And one would expect our state accountability institutions to read these reports, but you don't get any proactive action. So never has any state authority during my tenure as chair of PIAC, did anybody invite me for a discussion on any issue raised in our reports. They don't see it. And so I proactively reached out towards the end of my term, reached out to Yoko. I said, Yoko, issues raised in our report, a lot of them border on criminality, abuses and economic sabotage. When somebody, for instance, has been allocated oil revenue, and we go to inspect, and the project is not there, Yoko should be interested to investigate and come out and tell us what has happened to that project. But when you pretend you haven't heard, you haven't seen, then of course we all become losers. So in connection with low level of accountability, I think we'll have to make a plea to our state accountability institutions to be proactive and to also take interest in some of these reports that are produced by accountability groups. Then there is also the local participation in decision-making around how we use community share of mineral revenues. As evidenced by the example of Obuasi, a lot of the times there are no consultations, not even information to the people. But once information is shared with the people, they are empowered to raise questions and to also input into those decisions. From Group 2, they use PIAC as an example to demonstrate how sometimes citizens are unable to utilize information that are provided in accountability reports. A key concern has to do with the technical nature of the report and therefore the inability of the intended recipients of these reports to act on them. And there's also the concern about the lack of connectedness with the constituencies that make up these committees. In the example of PIAC, we got to know that there are various groups in this country that are represented on PIAC, including the Ghana Bar Association. However, when PIAC was summoned to appear before Parliament, we didn't see any support forthcoming from the Ghana Bar Association. And PIAC was left on its own to fight the cause for all of us. Meanwhile, the Ghana Journalists Association, Ghana Bar Association, Chartered Institute of Accountants, National House of Chiefs, they are all represented in the committee. But where were we when PIAC was summoned? We didn't even go to demonstrate any support for them. And I think it's largely as a result of weak connectedness between PIAC itself and its constituencies. Then I hear about transparency in resource allocation and expenditure. It's coming up quite repeatedly, and so we'll deal with that in the communique. And then the exercise of discretion. The point was made that when public office holders are equipped with the powers of discretion, there is indeed a constitutional provision that requires them to provide explanation for why they exercise that discretion in one way or the other. But often, the explanation do not come with the exercise of that discretion. And so the recommendation is to ensure that that constitutional provision that requires public office holders to provide explanation for the exercise of their discretion be enforced. And then I hear about the interrelationship between illicit financial flow and BO information. And the example of transfer pricing was used, where without knowing the owners of two companies trading between themselves, it will be difficult to establish whether indeed the trade is between related parties. And therefore, having access to BO data helps citizens to blow their whistle where they know for a fact or they suspect that a certain transaction is between related parties. Group 3, they raised issues about transparency and urge us as CSOs to make use of innovative ways of packaging information and engaging with the public and our key constituencies. They recommend new media as new ways of doing things. Again, there was a recommendation to explore the use of social mobilization as a tool to achieve accountability. Oftentimes, we find that, and I always use that as an example to illustrate the behavior of politicians. They respond to two things: money and numbers. If you have money, you can buy a politician, you can influence him to take decisions in your favor. If you don't have money and you can mobilize the numbers, of course, they fear the numbers will translate into votes. So you're likely to influence them. So we are being urged to explore that tool, social mobilization, to bring about, what do you call it, accountability. We also urge to look at courtroom litigation. I mean, public interest litigation or what do you call it, courtroom advocacy. It works. We don't go to court necessarily to win a case in the work that we do, okay? Sometimes you go to court to use the court as a platform to raise your issues, and they work. I recall somewhere in the early 2000s, ISODEC used such a tool in the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. We lost the court action, but it stalled the process because the court reporting mobilized citizens behind ISODEC and its affiliates, and they were able to stall that project because people were being evicted forcefully without compensation. So we hear that to ensure we take care of that. And then there was the issue about corporate social expenditure. I didn't get that one very well, but we'll link with the group. And then on ethical conduct, we all belong to social groupings, so we should make use of those social groupings to leverage and bring pressure to bear on those who we expect to act ethically. That brings me to the end of the issues raised in the various groups. We'll pull them together. Please don't go away with your scripts. Leave them with the organizers so we can pull them together and then put together the communique. Thank you very much.
Let's do it well for Senior. I had no doubt that when I was going to bed last night, and yes, so Mr. Chair says I shouldn't tell you the bedtime story. Mr. Chair, can I end the bedtime story? Thank you. I knew that when I coerced undemocratically Senior to come and do this session for me, he will do justice to it. On this note, let's thank Steve for giving us this session. At this point, I think that the time is up, and I will hand over the microphone back to Mr. Chair to then give us a closing remark. Mr. Chair, you have the audience.
Thank you very much. I think I'll be very brief. I'll follow Steve's example and be very brief. Yes, with the, my advice is, we have all seen that it is not enough to expose. We should go beyond just the exposure and also ensure that accountability is exacted. Many times we hear reports in the newspapers, we hear reports from stakeholders, but if you do not look at the legal framework for the accountability institutions, for example, TRIGE, if there's even a discussion here and I'm sitting here and I hear all of it, depending on the nature of the discussion, I may not be able to do anything. There must be a complaint. So, example of PIAC coming across some impropriety, I believe that for such a thing, you could put a covering letter and indicate that in this we have come across ABCD. We want you to take a second look at it and see if you can. That can constitute a complaint to us, and we can then act on. So we need some action beyond just the exposure. Let us engage with accountability institutions, report to them, and let's see whether they will act or not. The other one is the constitutional provision on the exercise of discretion. I believe that where a minister fails to give a reason or justify why he's exercising that discretion one way or another, a complaint to try can compel the minister to show cause. And if the minister is unable to show cause, then that particular decision is overturned. We have overturned a number of decisions. And it's also because when we go outside the law, like that in the case that we went beyond and the Supreme Court brought us down to earth, we also have to work within our laws. So please, engage more with accountability institutions. Either it is OSP, IOCO, FIC. They all understand that they cannot do everything. So they need some of the reports to be able to assist with their work. So please, let us not just end with the complaint, oh, when you report, they won't take any action. Please, you report. And you don't take any action. One of the things that you can also do, for example, if you report to FIC and they don't take any action, you can bring the matter to charge, and the charge should compel a FIC to act. If you bring it, we know that the matter is within their mandate, we'll compel them. But if it's not within their mandate, we'll also be able to advise you that, you know what, that is not an appropriate forum. Or now that we have the Key Accountability Institutions Forum, they will now refer you to the appropriate institution that has a mandate. We have been doing this now. If something comes up and it is not within our mandate, within FIC, we'll bring it to their attention and they will act on it. So please, as I started at the beginning, as I said at the beginning, this is not a short-term journey. So you don't say, oh, I've done 1, 2, 3, I'm tired. Whenever you are getting tired, remember whose interest you are serving. It is your children, your grandchildren, and generations after that you are trying to protect. That is what I always remind myself that, listen, Ghana is not for somebody outside. It is for me, my children, my grandchildren, and generations after me. So if I fail to serve, it is the interest of my children and my grandchildren that I'm sacrificing. So I entreat all of us, let us hold on to this exercise. We may not always get the result that we want. It doesn't mean that we should not try. Let us keep on trying. And one day, we can look back at where we started from and where we have got to, and we can say that we have been able to make a difference. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would hand over to the leader of our GII team to do the vote of thanks.
Okay, all too soon the meeting is coming to a close or has been closed appropriately by the chairperson for the conference. We from GII are so glad that this program is now a reality. So on behalf of the management and then the board of Ghana Integrity Initiative, we want to say a sincere thanks to the chairperson, Mr. Kwesi, for accepting to be with us today. I think he deserves a very good clap. Let's put our hands together to appreciate him for steering this meeting. We have, listening to Doc, the summaries Doc gave indicates clearly that we have very good outputs from this meeting that we will be working with going forward. We want to quickly also move on to say a special thanks to the special prosecutor. You could all see that he was quite busy, but he still managed to come around to share his thoughts on the subject matter with us. And it's very consoling listening to the assurances that he gave in his statement. It's very clear that he has the subject matter at heart, and we'll be seeing a lot from his outfit. And so we want to say a big thank you to Mr. Kisia Jabin, even though he's not here with us in person. We know a number of his staff are still around, and officially we'll convey this appreciation to him. And so we want to say a big thank you to him. We have a number of partners that have supported this conference, right from Opening Extractives, EITI, SHRAJ, Institute of Auditors, Audit Agency, and then other state institutions that are representing here, FIC, all the names mentioned so far, all the institutions representing. We want to say a big thank you to all of you for your support and for accepting to come on board for us to have this conference together. To conclude, we want to say a big thank you to everybody who made it to this meeting. We know you had other things you could have actually attended to, but you decided to put all those things aside For some of you, we know you had multiple invitations to other meetings, but you decided to set all those aside to participate in GI's meeting today. We do not take that for granted. All we are saying is that God bless each one of you for your sacrifice to be with us. And we pray that as you go back, God himself, who made a way for you to be here, would ensure your safety till you get to your various homes. We thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want us all to look at our time. Have we kept